a finish. What a man.
The drum roll finishes, and the target is
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout push.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
It's a big ask, but it tops for 160 to win it. Lorenzo Pronk. 129 for Ulrich. The bullseye is bang on cue. That's the second time he's taken out a brilliant bullseye finish today. To bring it back to 3-2. Tops. Well, Brandon Weenie found it a couple of legs ago, and now Kelvin O'Keefe has joined the Ton Club.
Double 18, the double 16. Nicely done by Brandon Walsh to level this one up at one apiece.
First you've got to get into the week. Double 5. The little fish goes.
Treble 18's the shot. I went for the bullseyes, found the bullseye, so tops. Oh, what a shot out, a 147.
Hello, good afternoon, and welcome to the Modus Live Lounge for this double session of darting action coming your way here live and free on Pluto TV. My name is Jack Garwood, and I'm delighted to be alongside Trina Gulliver ahead of this afternoon's action. Trina, have you recovered from Group A yet?
You've got to be kidding. It was some sort of group, wasn't it? It was right down to the wire.
It was indeed. More on that in a moment, but here's what we've got coming your way this afternoon. Group C will be getting underway with 15 matches of darts this afternoon. Starting off with Kelvin O'Keefe against Ricardo Ulrich, Michael Huntley against Andy Hamilton, and Brandon Walsh taking on Lorenzo Pronk. However, back to Group A. It is Carl Sneed who has already made his way through to Saturday night's action. He came through one of the tightest Group A's we have ever seen, and this is the story of how Sneed booked his spot in Saturday night.
Andy Hamilton started Group A the strongest of the lot, securing 3 wins from his first 3 matches, all with an average in the high 80s. He would go on to lose his next 2 games, including facing a 103 average from Carl Sneed to finish the day on 6 points. No less than 3 other players ended Monday on 6 points, with Joe Croft, Andy Hamilton, Lorenzo Pronk and Carl Sneed joined at the top of the table, with Sneed going into Tuesday as the table topper by the small matter of 1 leg. A less than impressive Tuesday for Andy Hamilton saw him lose all 5 of his games, with David Fathom being the surprise package of the day, picking up 8 points despite a slow start to the week. Joe Croft also had an impressive Tuesday, registering the highest average of the lots and winning 3 games. Lorenzo Pronk was the other player who picked up 6 points on Tuesday, which gave him and Croft joint top spot coming into Wednesday's play, with 3 players joint on 10 points behind them. It was all to play for on Wednesday, but that didn't stop the camaraderie between the players, who surprised referee Owen Binks with a birthday cake on his special day. But when it got down to the serious business, the players simply could not be separated. When Lorenzo Pronk got the better of Joe Croft in Game 11, 5 players were on 14 points and 1 on 12, with Ulrich playing to possibly put all players on 14 points, thus guaranteeing that the group will be won on 16 points, something that has never happened before. but it was Carl Sneed who spoiled the party by getting the better of Ricardo Ulrich. After 42 games, we finally had our first insight into who may actually win one of the tightest Group A campaigns in Modus Super Series history. And Sneed was able to seal the deal with a 4-0 victory over Andy Hamilton. A memorable, tight and competitive Group A campaign ended with just 4 points separating the top 5.
Rory Dove, the man talking you through Group A, and this is how the table finished. As we said previously, Carl Sneed, the man who topped the group, heading himself into Saturday night. Joe Croft and David Fatten will head into Group B, whilst Lorenzo Pronk, Andy Hamilton and Ricardo Ulrich will all take part in Group C. Justin Smith, Reece Colley and Connor Heenahan will be the new players heading into Group B, but it's Kelvin O'Keefe, Mike Huntley and Brandon Walsh who will join Pronk, Hamilton and Ulrich ahead in this session. And this is how the bookies have got the runners and riders for this afternoon. Andy Hamilton, the favourite, Ricardo Ulrich in second and Lorenzo Pronk in third. Now, Trina, the bookies tending to fancy the players that have already played so far this week.
Yeah, I kind of think that makes sense. As in, you know, they've been here and they're fresh and they've got the experience already. You've got the others ones coming in a bit cold.
They do indeed. Ricardo Ulrich is one of those players who has already played so far this week. He takes on Kelvin O'Keefe in the very first game, and I caught up with the Welshman to see how he's feeling ahead of today's action. Kelvin, welcome back to the Live Lounge. How are you feeling ahead of your second appearance here?
Yeah, a little bit better than last time. Hopefully the nerves keep cool now and just play my darts. Hopefully get a better run this time.
We were talking a few minutes ago. You've changed your setup a little bit. Is that because you're having a few bounce outs or anything like that?
Yeah, I was blocking a lot. I think I was snatching. My darts are going a little bit AWire. With the setup now, they're going a lot more controlled, more grouping. So hopefully they do the job today.
As someone who referees as well, I've got to ask, has your counting got any better? Because there was a few moments last time where it was a little bit iffy.
Yeah, since the last time, I've been putting the practice in a lot more. Yeah, it's coming along nice and tidy, so no complaints yet.
And looking at your opponents in this group, the likes of Andy Hamilton and Mike Huntley in there, how do you rate your chances?
Listen, it's a privilege to come here anyway. So, yeah, the great bunch of boys. You got to believe in yourself, obviously. So, yeah, I think I got it in the tank, but we're going to see what happens on the day. So,
well, we are. Enjoy.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
And there we have it. Kelvin O'Keefe ahead of his second appearance here at the Modus Super Series. Last time we saw him was in February early this year. My name is Jack Garwood. I'm joined by the 10-time champion of the world, Trina Gulliver, MBE. Trina, are you looking forward to this session?
I am indeed, Jack. I am indeed. Looking forward to see the new players join along those that have been here for the last 3 days.
Yeah, Kelvin O'Keefe is one of those. Second appearance here. And he'll be taking on Ricardo Ulrich, who did take part in Group A early this week from the hometown of Arnhem. Crucial to get off to a good start in Group C though, Trina, wouldn't you say so? Because unlike Group A, you can find yourself behind the 8 ball very, very quickly.
Well, Group A was just exceptional this week, and yeah, it's they will want to get off to a good start, obviously. But,
first leg, Kelvin, you're through
with
first.
the 3 that are coming in, having been here for the last 3 days, they're likely to. I think they're likely to settle down quicker than the new ones that are coming in today.
We do tend to see that. Paul Hinks is the man with the other mic for this afternoon.
121.
Legendary referee. Both players
100.
start with a Tom Plus visit. Now, I did have to mention it in that interview. Kelvin's nickname is Casio, which is a bit of an ironic one, Trina, because it's fair to say last time he was here, his counting wasn't very good.
Oh, right, okay. Well, I can't say anything because my counting's no good either.
100.
I didn't say that.
You didn't have to, Jack.
You'll get to see Trina's counting on show in the upcoming
100.
Women's Week once again.
Looking forward to it. I'll have my abacus with me.
97.
We're not giving you that double-sized board that we were practicing on the other day, though, are we?
Oh, now then, that's unfair.
Now, O'Keefe has changed his darts a little bit since the first time we saw him here. Did have plenty on the floor last time.
99. Kelvin O'Carr, 58.
Yeah, I believe he's changed his setup a little bit, hasn't he? As he said in the interview. So, yeah, uses a 23-gram Red Dragon dart now.
Getting shot on the first leg, Kelvin O'Keefe.
And they seem to be working for him. 14
Second leg,
darts to
Ricardo to
open
through
for
first.
Casio.
Game on. One of them,
Scored pretty
40.
nicely. 1 from 1 on the doubles. That will settle him down.
$140.
Well, if he continues the way he's started today, Calvin's going to be
46.
someone to reckon with.
Yeah, did play in Group B last time he was there. Won 3 of his 8 matches. Was in a group with the likes of Shane McGurk, who has once
84.
again already booked his spot into Saturday night, into Champions Week, sorry.
First
180.
maximum of the day by Ricardo Ulrich.
Both players with quite a steep angle of entry, but it's working for both of them so far.
140.
Can't
Ricardo
quite
O'Carr,
follow the maximum from
135.
Ulrich. Should use the ball, does. Badly.
85. Kelvin O'Carr, 137.
So 137 now for Kelvin. Finds the treble 20. Can't find the treble 19. So he's just taking his time.
97. Ricardo O'Carr, 50.
Chance then for Ulrich to level us up at 1 apiece. Up to 18, double 16.
Getting shot on the
Slap
second
bang
leg. Ricardo
in the middle of the double. Both players will feel pretty good about the
leg,
opening
Kelvin, you
legs.
throw first.
Solid holds
Game
from
on.
both. 14 darts, each of them. And first dart at the double nailed by the pair.
Yeah, although it's
100.
only 1-1 at the moment, averages stand at 109 for Kelvin and 103 for Ricardo.
96.
Obviously, them 2 14 darters helping out.
Not a bad start to the
60.
action here on Thursday afternoon. This is the first of 25 matches you'll see today. 15 between now and around 6 o'clock.
125.
And then we'll be back from 10 p.m. for another 10 games in Group B.
Are you going to bring the coffee or shall I?
I don't drink coffee. I'm not quite
100.
grown up enough yet to drink coffee, Trina. No coffee, no tea. Might have the odd hot chocolate at Christmas.
180.
Pepsi Max all around.
Well, another great 180 there from Ricardo. His second of the match.
100.
Yeah, and it's just
Ricardo
opened up the
O'Carr,
break
100.
opportunity for Ulrich. Can still be done, treble 19. Not this time, so
84.
sets it up
Kelvin O'Carr,
delightfully, but
141.
outside chance for O'Keefe to hold his throw.
Well, he can't find the treble 20. So Ricardo will return for
59.
double 8.
Ricardo O'Carr, 16.
And he finds it with his second dart. 2-1 to Ricardo.
Fourth leg, Ricardo to
That's
through
the first
first.
dart missed
Game
at a
on.
double so far in this contest, but it didn't matter. Still visit perfect.
93.
Another 14 dart leg. Of course, that was a break of throw. So advantage to Ricardo.
100.
It's like that American TV show, isn't it? You get a 14 dart leg and you get a 14 dart leg. Just chucking them out like candy this morning.
Yeah, it's an impressive start to Group C.
O'Keefe's not done a lot wrong here. He's still averaging over 100, but he finds himself a breaker throwdown in the early stages of his first match of the week.
.62. Well, unfortunate there. Third dart hits the second.
Yeah, derailed the visit just a little bit.
100.
Does still have 6 darts from 206 though. And if he can get it done in 5, 96. We're looking at yet another 14 dart leg.
Yes, indeed.
Would have to go treble 20 ball to get the job done though.
Well, it wouldn't surprise me of what we've seen all week anyway, so.
Got to switch, Kelvin.
44. Ricardo Carr, 110.
So 110.
Not quite as loud as Henry, but who knows?
74.
Well, finds a treble 18 with his last dart to leave himself 36. Outside chance now for O'Keefe. 160.
Yeah, we saw this from Carl Sneed earlier in the week, but it won't be happening for the Welshman right now.
100.
And
Ricardo
Ulrich coming
Carr,
back
36.
for a 2-leg cushion. Drifts inside. Nobody likes that switch,
Ricardo
but Ulrich makes no mistakes this time.
Fifth leg Kelvin to throw first.
Takes a 3-1 lead. And O'Keefe has it all to do in his opening fixture.
Well, a bit disappointed with that leg. It was only 17 darts. 14, 14, 14 and 17 darts in this
16.
game so far.
Slacking.
Kelvin averaging 95.5.
96.
And Ricardo 95.5.
Great recovery on the switch from O'Keefe. He's just started to lose the range with his first dart in and around the treble 20 bed, drifting a little bit to the left
43.
as we saw with that 5, but recovered nicely with the treble 19s. That's the dart he's looking for. This should be at least a 140. At least a 140.
140.
Well, that was unfortunate. A slight adjustment on that last dart. He could have used the 2 other previous darts to
60.
To bounce off them barrels and into the treble 20 bed.
That's one of those where you're aiming at the darts, isn't it? You ignore the board at that point, just hit the dart and it should go in.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's a great shot there from Kelvin. Leaves himself 32 after 12.
100. Kelvin Ricardo, 32.
14, 14, 14 in this match so far. Odds on this being outside then inside. So close, so close. One more.
No score.
You were nearly right. Nearly right.
No damage so far. They will invite a little bit of pressure depending on what Ulrich can find.
Kelvin Ricardo, 32.
But O'Keefe coming back once again with 3 in hand at double 16. Getting closer, but blocking it as he does.
No score. Ricardo Ricardo,
That's desperately unlucky. 6 well thrown darts, to be honest. And he's got absolutely nothing for his work.
.84. Kelvin Ricardo, 32.
Pressure on the double 16 this time now that Ulrich's within striking distance.
Kelvin O'Keefe.
And that pressure hasn't affected Kelvin O'Keefe.
6-leg Ricardo to throw first. Game on.
And it is the Dutchman with the darts in leg number 6.
Yeah, be looking to get the job done from here. Will not want to go to a deciding
85.
leg. Whereupon O'Keefe would have
100.
the advantage then.
He would indeed, but bit of daylight between the two so far. O'Keefe needs at least 2 trebles to stay within touching distance. Big trebles, that is, not that one.
135.
We heard you again. recovers with his third dart, finds the treble 20.
54.
And that is the door open just a little bit. Another 140 from O'Keefe. He's had 5 visits of 130
60.
or more in this game, but can't find one when he needs one.
Yeah, be disappointing with that visit.
64.
So Ricardo will be back for 148. And Kelvin needs to pressurise this shot. He needs to find a treble
36.
and he can't.
Ricardo Ricard 148.
6 darts then for Ricardo Ulrich from 148.
100.
He's going to need them, but tees it up beautifully.
Yeah, Kelvin really got to put at least a 140 in here. And he does so. Pressurises the 48.
So he listens to you, Trina, but not me. 8 for top 7 for Ricardo
Getting
Ulrich.
shot on the match, Ricardo
That's exactly
Ulrich.
how it goes for him. He takes the first 2 points on offer on this Thursday afternoon, beating Kelvin O'Keefe by 4 legs to 2. He did serve a 92 average, 4 from 6 on the doubles, which was a deciding factor, and 2 180s to his name. Next up, another Welshman in action. Mike Huntley takes on Andy Hamilton.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receiving the trophy, £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Group C got underway, and it was Ricardo Ulrich who got the better of Kelvin O'Keefe. Next up, two players that we've seen compete on a World Seniors before. Mike Huntley, also known as Babyface. He was a little bit more youthful looking when he first started playing seniors darts. I believe that's where the nickname comes from. Taking on a player that most dart fans will be very familiar with, former World Championship finalist Andy the Hammer Hamilton. Huntley, though, 53 years old, has made it to a semi-final on a Saturday night before, but Series 2 quite a while ago. And Andy Hamilton, a winner of a week in Series 9, is looking to head to Champions Night once again.
It's been a bit of a mixed bag for Andy this week. Started off well on the Monday, winning his first 3 matches, losing the last 2, but then disaster strikes on Tuesday. Doesn't win a game. And yesterday was all about finding his pace and
First leg, Michael to throw first.
determination and grit
Game
to
on.
pick up some more points.
Yeah, despite that disastrous Tuesday, Hamilton very nearly made it into at least Group B. Actually had the best running average of anybody in
41.
that group heading into the start of yesterday,
Yeah.
despite finding himself bottom of the table at that point.
Yeah, it was bizarre yesterday, absolutely bizarre.
It seemed like the Hamilton of old was back a little bit
93.
more yesterday, though.
Yeah, towards the... A bit more consistent yesterday. He definitely put Tuesday behind him.
125.
You know, that can sometimes rock a player.
If I'm not mistaken, though, that weekly title he does have to his name. Started in Group A, didn't quite go to plan. Got the job done in Group C.
100.
Found himself into a Champions Week.
Yeah, I was saying to Henry yesterday, you know, he's been there before, so he won't be panicking. He knows it can still be done.
60.
And as someone who has vast experience within the game, that's something he'll use to his advantage as the day goes on, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
$140.
As for Mike, though, I still think we're yet to see the best of Mike Huntley in this building. As someone that's worked with the World Seniors over the last few years, I've seen
130.
the levels he's capable of on the floor. Multiple title winner in a room that involves the likes of Richie Howson and Paul Hogan and Robert Thornton and John Henderson when they pop down for those events. And Mike was a regular winner and qualifier in that room. So
100.
he's clearly got something
Michael
about
Carr,
him.
145.
But I just don't think we've seen it enough on this stage.
No, he is a quality player. He's proven that time and time again. Misses the treble 15 there. Would have left him
85.
tops.
Andy Carr, 68.
So a chance now for Hamilton to break the throw of Huntley. 68 required. So 48 now. Double 16 it is. For the first leg of this match, and he
He's on the
finds
first
it.
leg. Andy
His
Hamilton.
third dart. And breaks Huntley.
Second leg, Andy did through
Moves
first.
ahead by 1 leg
Game
to
on.
0.
Yeah, the Welshman was just having a little peek from behind Hamilton as that visit went on. Won't be too happy with seeing that outcome. The Hammer, however, tiny little Andy Hamilton raw, I think. There's still plenty more in the
100.
tank in that regard for him as well, but is that just letting his opponent know that he won't be rolled over today like he was on Tuesday?
Yeah, I think so. Andy can be quite vocal at times. Like you say, he gives a bit of a roar every now and
30.
again, but didn't see too much of that actually over the last 3 days. It's in frustration on Tuesday.
I remember in
85.
particular when he qualified for the Champion of Champions in Blackpool. And it's not like we haven't seen reactions on a senior stage, but we hadn't seen an
83.
Andy Hamilton level reaction. And I think it just caught everybody off guard a little bit that actually he was there to win and he was going to let everybody know about it as well.
Yeah, he's very passionate about the game and loves playing.
96.
Speaking of the champion of champions, it will be here at the Modus Super Series in just a couple of weeks. 12 players competing for the title. And it will be shown
40.
live and free on Pluto TV. Huntley finds himself on 3-4-8 after 9
42.
darts, which means whatever he does with this visit, can't leave a finish tree. Now, that's something that is becoming more and more prominent in the game, isn't it? Leaving yourself 6-dart outs from
100.
this mid-range of a leg.
Yeah, and Andy, very much the favourite in this leg. Mike Huntley is just not
100.
got it together in this leg. And Hamilton will be back for 78.
Interesting decision from Andy, that one, I think.
85. Andy
Had a
Ricard,
bit of an
78.
advantage of throwing this leg. Bit of a cushion in the scoring phase, but if he'd hit that last treble, he would have left himself double 19. He's himself double 10 this time, though.
68.
Just drifts inside, but will be coming back. Huntley finds himself on a bogey.
$60.
Well, can't
Andy
find a
Ricard,
treble
10.
to pressurise the 10. So is he going to split or is he going to go straight for it? He goes
Getting
straight
shot on his
for it
second
and gets
leg,
it with his
Andy
first
Hamilton.
start. 2-0, Andy Hamilton.
Third leg Michael through first. Game on.
Yeah, the hammer just looking that little bit more composed, relaxed up on that stage. Into his work nice and early here.
100.
And perhaps where Mike Huntley hasn't had as much success here as he should have with his ability, is he a player who needs to get off to a good start?
140.
Or he'll find himself in that situation where it's, here we go again.
Could well possibly be. We'll see as time
95.
goes on, but I think he plays better when he's playing better. Sorry, his confidence grows, and which is obviously natural for all players. But I think he can get rattled sometimes, and
38.
it's whether he can, when the situation arises and he gets the chances, whether he can take them.
Only a couple of legs in, found himself looking down at the
43.
ground after that last visit, and the shoulders are going a little bit, and it's a little bit early in the day to be showing those signs to your opponent.
Yeah, there's a long way to go yet.
93.
There's a lot to be said for body language. Can give your opponent confidence, knowing that you're rattled and
137.
things ain't going your way. So, the body language can give positives to your opponent.
100% for a sport that's often talked about being more mental than physical.
140.
The
Mike
last thing you want to be doing is
126.
giving your opponent an advantage in the mindset.
Well, needs to treble 19 now. Would have left him bolt.
54. Under your car, 90.
Hamilton might also find himself a dart at the bullseye here. Finds a treble 20 to the Brucey bonus of 2 at double 15. And that's
82. Mike
a little
Lucar,
bit of a
72.
disaster. Can't afford to go inside there.
Yeah, always the risk, isn't it, that one? Finds a treble 12, so double 18 now. Can he use the barrel?
Game shot on the
Well,
third
he
leg.
finds
Michael
it.
Huntley.
Gets a leg on the board.
Yeah, really good dart there. Did have
Fourth
that
leg Andy
marker
did
on the
through
outer wire.
first.
Didn't use
Game
it.
on.
Dart seemed to come in at a slightly different angle. Was that half a Conan Whitehead stare?
Yeah, half of one. Not quite the same
51.
vigour with it, was there? There was no.
Conan stare is enough to make me give him my dinner money. Like, not quite sure Mike's had the
100.
same effect then.
Yeah, there was no expression on the face of Conan, was there, when he gave that stare? Started the stare off, actually.
Yeah, it was a bit of a trend here at the
94.
Super Series for a number of weeks. Yet to see him take part in Series 11. But I'm sure he can't be too far away.
100.
Mike, a retired
93.
postman. He just retired, so he's decided to just started to go full time with the darts. So he'll be looking to get himself off to a good start
97.
in his new career.
Postman seems to be one of those jobs that a number of dart players have done before they become dart players. I believe Dave Pallett?
99.
I can't remember now. I don't know.
And
Well,
probably, most famously of all, Raymond van Barneveld.
Barneveld. I'm surprised he's not in his shorts, though. Don't you find
Posties
that?
do love a pair of
And the
shorts.
car
-4 in
164.
middle of December, and they've still got their shorts and trainers on.
They might have a woolly hat on, but they've still got their shorts on.
Yeah, not quite within the dress code rules here at the Super Series, but another one of those for Hamilton. Treble 16, Woodley tops.
92. Michael Lucar, 144.
A chance for Huntley to level us up then. Needs 2 trebles. Won't be going this time.
60. Andy Lucar, 72.
I would have liked the treble there to leave it a bit tighter. So 72 for Hamilton. He'll stay there for another 16 for tops. For a 3-1 lead. And he
Game shot on
finds
the
it.
fourth leg. Andy Hamilton.
Just under the 90 average so far for Andy Hamilton, but
Fifth
it's
leg,
been
Michael
more than
through
enough
first.
so far in this contest.
Game on.
3-1 lead over Mike Huntley with that advantage of a breaker throw in what's been quite a similar pattern to our very first game of the day. Kelvin O'Keefe and Ricardo Ulrich found themselves in this exact position.
36.
Snatched, pulled dart there by Huntley. Not looking very positive at all at the
55.
moment. Mike Huntley needs to shake that off quick.
$100.
Given the level that Andy Hamilton's played at this week, despite not quite getting the results on Tuesday, this should, on paper, be the toughest game for Mike Huntley this week. From what we've seen from all the players so far, Brandon Walsh excluded. And yet,
60.
there seems to be an element of just beating himself up,
Yeah.
despite the fact that Hamilton's played here for 3 days already and is acclimatised to the settings once again.
140.
Well, that's better darts from him. Just needs to try and keep the negativity out of sight, at least, of Hamilton, because he will be
60.
thriving on that.
Yeah, there once was a time in Planet Darts where Andy
140.
Hamilton was in the final 4 of absolutely everything you could find.
Yes, indeed. It's 2 140s here for Huntley. in this match leaves himself on 85.
135.
12.
Michael Ricard,
He's
85.
got 6 darts to this 85 to get himself back to within 1. Opted to go 25. 74 remaining then. 14s or 18s.
So 20 now.
45.
Leaves him tops when he returns, and he will.
I think that's what he wanted to leave when he started that visit. Started on the 25 or the ball, but he gets there eventually.
123. Michael Ricard,
3 in
40.
hand to get back within 1.
2 10s.
Getting
Finds
shot
it
on
with
the
his
fifth
second
leg,
dart.
Michael Huntley.
And trails by 3 legs to 2.
6 leg
But an
Andy to
important
third
leg there
first.
from Huntley.
Yeah, and once again, exactly like that first game went. O'Keefe won the 5th leg, but was unable to break Ricardo Ulrich in the 6th. If Andy Hamilton holds his throw here, he will have 2 points on the board in exactly the same fashion.
Well, only 80 there for Andy, so a big score here from Huntley.
180.
And there he has his first maximum of this match.
Yeah, that could be the turning point of the entire contest, because he will have the darts in leg number 7 if we get that far.
85.
Good timing to hit a max. And only an 85 as well from Andy there. So if Mike can put in another good turn here.
60.
And he gets a 60. So
And again, there was a reaction the minute that he saw where that third dart was, wasn't it? Now, I'm not against dart players reacting, but there's a real...
58.
I don't quite know how to phrase it, but if you are going to do it out of the eye line of your opponent. Like, there's nothing wrong with letting off that little bit of steam and getting your frustrations out, but the last thing I'd advise is doing it right in front of your opponent where they can feed off of that.
yeah, exactly that. All it will do is build Andy's confidence.
$100.
Well, exactly that. Mike opened with a maximum visit, Andy 85, and you're thinking, right, I'm up against this. I'm going to have to produce something special in the back end. But you see your opponent react to 2 trebleless visits in the way he does, and you're thinking, I've still got a chance here.
Yeah, exactly that. He'll be back for 96. But can Andy pressurise? Well, he's got 2 in the bed. 58 required. Leaves himself tops.
Michael
Has
Ricard,
pressurised
96.
the 96 for Huntley. And this is a must go. Needs a treble 20. Finds it. So double 8.
88.
Can't find it just
Andy
inside.
Ricard, 40.
So opportunity now for Andy to take the match. Tops he requires.
Quite enjoyed tops this week as Hamilton. He's double 10 now.
20. Michael
A
Ricard,
chance
8.
for Huntley to get right back into this game and send us down the last.
Double 4 then. Double 2. 1 dart in hand. And he finds it with his third dart. And we go into a deciding leg.
Yeah, just floated it over the
Seventh
block of
final leg,
dart.
Michael to throw first.
And it is Huntley with the
Game
advantage of throw in the 7th and final leg. And we said he's a bit of a confidence player. Just look at the way he's bouncing around stage that little bit.
97.
Well, like you say, Huntley with the darts here. So effectively speaking,
96.
he's favourite for the leg. But one mistake make all the difference.
Yeah, got to just keep finding one big
76.
treble a visit. That recovers it somewhat. When you are throwing second in these deciding legs, though, 2 treble visits are the order of the day.
Well, that's one for Andy. Can he
85.
find another? He can't this time. A chance for Huntley to get a big score of his own. Another one of them would be
83.
great, but snatches the last dart and finds a treble one.
And just threw that across his body a little bit. And it's scrappy 7th legs like this, where every single treble is gold dust.
44.
Hamilton comes up short in that visit.
Well,
85.
he does find the treble with his last dart. Leaves himself a 160 finish when he returns.
You'd have to say Hamilton needs a maximum here, really. A 140 would leave 136, but you still expect, as the player on 160, to get 2 visits from there. Perfect timing from the hammer, just when he needed it most.
He heard you again. The treble 20 now. Needs another one. That's a bit away. 95 left then.
Yeah, wild second dart from Huntley. We did see the 160 for a match earlier this week. Cole Sneed
84.
on his way to
and you
winning
got
Group
96.
A. But a chance then for Andy Hamilton to get his first 2 points on the board in Group C. Might go double-double here. Just drifts inside.
42. Michael
Chance
Carr,
for Huntley.
76.
Well, he throws his last start and misses the big 18. So Huntley now 76 required. 16 now for tops. For
He's
the
showing
match.
Michael
And he
Huntley.
takes it 4 legs to 3. Great match there between the two of them. Averages there. Mike Huntley 82.18. Andy Hamilton 87.57. A 180 apiece. 3 out of 8 for Andy. 4 out of 9 for Michael. Coming up next, Brandon Walsh and Lorenzo Pronk.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6 double 7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back once again to the Modus Super Series, here live and free on Pluto TV. 2 games down in our Group C action. We've already seen Ricardo Ulrich get the better of Kelvin O'Keefe by 4 legs to 2, and Mike Huntley come through a deciding leg battle against Andy Hamilton. The last player to make their bow in this group, Brandon Walsh, the 32-year-old from Doncaster, making his second appearance here at the Live Lounge. And he's taking on Lorenzo Pronk, the 31-year-old from The Hague. Also in his second appearance here. Seems to be the day for it. These two actually both made their debuts in the same week in Series 10 as well, so quite familiar with each other's games.
First leg, Brandon, you through first. Game on.
A week that also involved Keegan Brown and our very own Jared Cole.
$100. $76.
Not a bad start then from Walsh.
80.
His flights look a bit battered already.
43.
Paul Nicholson would be spewing if he was sat here.
He would. Look at the ends of them. That was all right.
81.
Maybe he throws that one last. Nico, a man that definitely subscribes to the look good, feel good, play good.
36.
On the upside, though, if you are a person with bad flights, it should mean you're pretty good at grouping them.
Technically speaking, well, there's a 180 from Brandon. Great timing there, Brandon. First maximum for him today.
85. Brandon, your car, 60.
Yeah, right on cue for the man from Doncaster. And a chance at the opening leg. Once tops. Now double 10.
Getting shown the first leg, Brandon
No
Walsh.
mistakes in that one. A 5-visit leg for Walsh.
Second leg,
15
Lorenzo
dart
through
leg.
first. Game on.
A hold of throat. So Lorenzo looking
60.
to hold his to level the match.
$60.
How would you describe Lorenzo's week so far, Trina? Or, in fact, his entire Super Series career? Because it feels very much the same as his first
100.
appearance so far. A little inconsistent.
A little bit, but it's far better than his first appearance. I think he's done I think he's been slightly more consistent.
100.
And everybody tends to do better on their second time here because they know what it's all about. Then they know where
60.
things are. I know it sounds funny. They know where the toilets are. You know, they know where the studios are, and so they've had experience here before and experience playing on that stage. So when they come here the second time, it feels a little bit normal.
Yeah, the Live Lounge isn't the biggest venue in the world, but it is a little bit of a
100.
maze at some times. Even I get lost, and I've been here 2 years.
Yeah, it can be.
Advantage Walsh in this second leg then.
131.
Leaves 70 after 12. And he's put himself in a nice position to get the first breaker throw in this match.
59. Brandon new car, 70.
Yeah, so 70 now for Walsh. Finds the treble 10, needs tops.
Getting shot on
Finds
the
that
second leg,
too.
Brandon Walsh.
2 darts shot out there. Breaks the throw
Third leg, Brandon to throw
of
first.
Lorenzo and takes a 2-0 lead.
Game on.
Yet another 14 dart leg. It seems to be the story of round 1 so far.
$45.
Quite a big disparity in the averages so far. Brandon Walsh just around the
85.
100 mark. That lifts Lorenzo up to around a 70, so nigh on 30 points difference between the two so far.
41.
Well, we've seen all week of how
81.
things can change, and we've seen many swings and roundabouts.
You've been to the park in your time off?
I did actually, yeah.
139.
I do like the swings.
Don't quite fit my backside in them anymore.
Right, the roundabouts just make me sick.
Same.
140. $100.
Keep chipping away does Brandon Walsh in this one. So a really accomplished start to his day.
134.
What a great shot there from Lorenzo. Leaves himself on 61 when he returns.
43. Lorenzo
Dutchman then
Ricard,
first to a
61.
finish. Has options. That wasn't one I expected, but leaves double one now.
No score.
Strange way
Brandon
to
Ricard,
go.
133.
Yeah, coming back for 61 now. Typically, you'll see players go 25 for that visit. Or treble 7, but
93. Lorenzo Ricard,
Walsh tees
61.
up tops and Pronk back for 61 once again. Will he go the same way? Tried the treble 7 route this time. Gets a dart at tops.
21.
No, not
Brandon
today.
Ricard, 40.
The chance now for Walsh to go 3 legs ahead. Tops he requires. 2 10s then.
20.
Not this time. So a
Lorenzo
chance for
Ricard,
Pronk
40.
to jump in.
Walsh has had darts at double 20 in all 3 legs so far. Only hit
Getting
it
shot
on
on
one
the third
occasion.
leg, Lorenzo Pronk.
And Pronk shows him where it is this time.
Fourth leg, Lorenzo to throw first. Game on.
And a breaker throw there. So a holder throw here would level the match.
80.
I've got to talk to you about Lorenzo's shirt, Trina. I really, really like the design from every position you can be in this building,
Okay.
apart from when you're reffing. Because when you're reffing and you see it just out the corner of your eye, do you know what it looks like?
Go on.
Where the red and the white
43.
intersect. It looks like he's lifting his top up and showing his stomach.
That's pretty frightening then,
Yeah,
really, isn't it?
it looks like he's half naked.
140.
Well, I don't think he's that pasty. He's got
Casper the Friendly Ghost is playing darts this week.
121.
I'm a big fan of the design, though. I do like...
It's very patriotic, isn't it?
Yeah. It's just clean the way he's done it as well. And it's
100.
not just slapped a flag across it. There is still some semblance of design to it. Brandon opting for an off-the-rail shirt from the
100.
manufacturer.
Brandon your car 121.
Perhaps he should have a picture of his belly on the front.
89.
Well, leaves
Lorenzo
himself
your car
32.
157.
Should he return? Lorenzo for 157 now. And the shot's on. It is on. Tops.
117. Brandon your car 32.
Brandon sort of threw the gauntlet down there as well, didn't he? From the 1-2-1. Could have gone safe with the 11 and bullseye route. Opted for 25 for double 18. Seemingly saying to Lorenzo, I don't think you'll take this out if you come back.
16. Lorenzo your car
Well,
40.
he's got another opportunity now. Lorenzo tops to level the match. Well, it's a poor dart.
Gage on the
Finds the
fourth leg,
32
Lorenzo
though.
Bronk.
And does indeed level the match 2 apiece.
And that'll be a real kick in
Fifth
the
leg,
teeth to
Brandon is
Brandon. Because like I
reversed.
said,
Game on.
he opted to go for 25 for 36 on that 1-2-1 shot. Thinking that Lorenzo won't take out the 157. Comes back with 3 in hand at double 16.
36.
Changed up his MO a little bit. He's been a tops man so far in this game. And then you see that first dart from Lorenzo and think, I'm coming back again. He's made a mistake.
121.
Yeah.
Double 16 hits like a dagger to the heart.
Yeah, rectifies his mistake and pins it.
134.
We have a level game through 4 legs.
$60.
He's tall, isn't he, Lorenzo?
Most of the Dutch are treated.
Well, I know that.
They
Yeah,
are the tallest
are.
nation on earth. That feels like a bit of a stereotype just
60.
to chuck in there, but it
But
is true.
true.
There aren't many times where I'm the shortest player on
100.
that stage. I'm 6'1" myself. I say player person stood on stage, but with the amount of players from the Netherlands that we get here via the ADC Europe,
60.
there's been a couple of occasions where I felt very dwarfed.
Well, especially when they
60.
actually walk past you. They've got that little raised hockey as well, haven't they? So they're that little bit more than you again.
The International Pairs Week was something else because the Dutch had Jimmy Van Schie, who is
100.
9 foot
Lorenzo
something,
your car 160.
and Danny Van Tripe, who's very tall himself, and they played Scotland at one point, which is John Henderson and Scott Campbell. There was 4 of them on the stage taller than me.
82. Brandon your car 111.
Was you feeling a bit inferior?
Yeah.
Well, misses the treble 20.
95.
Recovers.
Lorenzo your car
Leaves
78.
himself 16. Should he get the chance with Pronk on 78? So 20 for tops now. Tops then.
That's to step across.
Getting shot on the
That does
fifth
so
leg. Lorenzo
superbly.
Bronk.
That's a great dart. To step left and then throw it over the dart in the way that he did.
Six leg
Superb
Lorenzo
from
to through
Lorenzo Pronk.
first.
You're absolutely.
Game on.
And now Pronk is throwing for the match. That, of course, was a break of throw.
Yeah, but another shake of the head from Brandon Walsh.
60.
From such a strong position in this game as well. We go back to that moment on that 1-2-1 checkout where he didn't go 11 ball. It seems to have unravelled a little bit since then.
100.
Yeah, remember that Walsh did lead this game by 2 legs to 0.
He still leads in the
81.
average column by over 12 points. That's how slow of a start Lorenzo found himself getting off to.
But it also indicates that
83.
Lorenzo's taken his chances when he's had them.
Yeah, 3 from 8 on the outer ring for Lorenzo. Just 2 from 9 for Brandon Walsh.
100.
It's been about those visits, hasn't it? Walsh missing 3 in hand all at once. Lorenzo making a bit of a mess of that 40, but making sure he hit that double 16 last start in hand.
140.
That is one thing we're going to have to get our stats boffins
28.
to get onto in the future. Visit success rate rather than just double success rate. Tells a better story.
55.
Well, Brandon leaves himself 1, 2, 3.
78. Running a car
Lorenzo does
123.
manage to leave himself a finish.
3 darts worse off in this one.
83.
As Walsh
Running
tees
a
up
car
tops.
154.
Chance for Lorenzo. Another one of those. Doesn't go this time. 78 remaining.
83. Running a car 40.
Not sure I'd have gone that way.
I think I was miscalculation there, but double 10 now for Brandon to level the match. And he wires the double
20.
10.
Running a car
And once
71.
again, he's had darts at tops and 10s this time. But it's Pronk who returns for 71 for the match. Gets 2 at double 16.
He takes his time.
That could be a blocker. Steps left to go over the top of it.
55.
Drifts inside. Chance then for Walsh to send us to a decider once again for the second time in just 3 matches.
2 10s. And he
He's shown
finds
the
it.
six leg
And we
Brandon
do
Walsh.
indeed go into another deciding leg.
Seventh
Walsh
final
with the
leg, Brandon
darts.
to through first.
Seems to be one of those weeks, doesn't it, Trina? We had just one
Game on.
4-0 in Group A. By the end of this game, we'll have played 20 out of a possible 21 legs so far to start the day.
100.
Is that a sign of what's to come?
I
100.
don't get to commentate very often. Do we get to charge per the leg?
Unfortunately not.
60.
But it's a great idea.
Yeah, I'm going to put it to the bosses. I know what their reply will be.
44. 125.
That's a good recovery after the first start. Just goes into the 5. Picks off 2 treble 20s afterwards.
58.
Bronk wasn't in that 2-visit range. So at least 6 from here for Brandon Walsh, but might get even more if he needs them.
100.
Well, does leave himself 116 when he returns.
67.
It'll be
Brandon
interesting to
Carr,
see which way he attacks
116.
this. When you go down for 19s to leave tops, it hasn't really been a happy hunting ground at the top of the board for him so far.
30.
Takes a little detour.
He's got time, fortunately for him, with Lorenzo on 232.
121.
Have
Brandon
a
Carr,
double
86.
treble visit. Leaves himself 111 should he return, but 32 now for Brandon.
70. Well, then, so
Goes
your
inside
car
once again, and
111.
Pronk for the match can get it done with a ton plus checkout. Will be the first of the day. Can still go now. Treble 20. Drags it low. Would have hit the
71.
bullseye.
Brandon
Leaves
Carr,
himself
16.
tops. But double 8 now for Brandon to take the match. 2 4s. And he
12.
can't find it.
Well,
So
Lorenzo
opportunity
Carr,
again for
40.
Lorenzo to find this tops.
Will be a bit of a robbery, this one from Pronk. Walsh has comfortably
Getting
been the
shown
better
the match,
player at
Lorenzo
times.
Pronk.
But he was unable to hit the double when it really mattered in that game. And it is Lorenzo Pronk who bags himself 2 points at the first time of asking this afternoon. Big gap in the averages, but it is Pronk who takes it home in that 7th and final leg. Brandon Walsh just 3 from 18 on the doubles, the key factor in that one. Next up, Ricardo Ulrich will take on Mike Huntley.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here in Portsmouth, live on Pluto TV. Before the break, we had Brandon Walsh against Lorenzo Pronk. Pronk taking it 4-3. And now we have Mike Huntley and Ricardo Ulrich. To the hockey.
Both players picked up wins in their opening encounters. Huntley in a 7-leg shootout over Andy Hamilton. And Ulrich getting the better of Calvin O'Keefe in the very first game of the day. So,
game on.
We're already at the point where someone's O has got to go, as they say in boxing.
77.
Do they?
That undefeated record.
Oh, okay. Well, great start there from Mike Huntley. Ton 40 hit.
It'll be interesting to see which Mike Huntley we get in the early stages of this match. What's the odd bit of body language that
78.
perhaps we weren't impressed with, but would advise against? Head shaking, the shoulders going a little
100.
bit in the early parts of that match, but towards the latter stages, as things started to go his way, it was a bit more of a bounce in the step of Huntley around the stage.
Yeah, a bit more positive.
55.
And that's, of course, what you need. Mike did
96.
play in the very first World Seniors, World Championship. In 2024, and in the last 16, he lost to Lisa Ashton by 3
95.
sets to 2. Very nervy
59.
start for
Michael
him.
Carr, 133.
Yeah, made a couple of appearances there. Lost to Keith Deller as well, I think, once upon a time.
$78. Ricardo Carr, 142.
And finds a treble. Can't find the second one. So he thinks about it.
90. Michael Carr, 55.
Chance for Mike to take out this 55. Top cent for a break of throw. 2 tens.
35.
Not to be.
Ricardo Carr, 52.
Ricardo, a chance. 52, double 16 then.
Game
And he
shot on
finds
the
it with
first
his
leg,
third
Ricardo
dart.
Ulrich.
And is just a hold of throw. He was lucky there to do
Second leg,
so.
Michael through first.
Huntley
Game on.
having the opportunity to break.
Yeah, there weren't many legs over the 6 visit count in his opening encounter against Kelvin O'Keefe. There was multiple 14 dart legs in that match, but 21 darts thrown in the opening leg of this one.
85.
And if you're Huntley, the player that threw second in that opener, you would have expected to get a chance once it goes to that
57.
many visits each.
$43.
I think I've not worked out why, but having an educated guess as to why Huntley's game is just that little bit
81.
inconsistent at times. And I think it's his setup.
Okay.
Spinning flight on the
140.
back end that's very narrow, very thin flight, but quite long. And I think it's one of those setups that has very little margin for error. Not a lot of drag through the air.
125.
Doesn't get a lot of help from the flight and stem to keep it in a straight line.
59. Michael Carr, 98.
Okay, interesting.
A little like Phil Taylor's setup. Have you ever thrown Phil Taylor's darts?
I
With that
have actually.
really
Yes.
tiny little flight.
Yeah.
So difficult to do, isn't it? Because of the
Game shot
setup.
on
You
the
have to
second
be
leg,
so
Michael Huntley.
precise with them. And when you're not quite on it, I think even the
Third
last
leg,
couple of years
Ricardo
we've seen
through
of Taylor
first.
playing
Game
at
on.
the seniors, I think if he'd opted for a slightly bigger flight with a little bit more stability in his game and his barrel and his
42.
action, we might have seen that little bit of a better level from Phil. Because when he was on it at times at the seniors, he was still the Phil of old. We just didn't see it often enough. It wasn't as consistent. And because a setup like that requires such...
95.
The timing of the throw has to be perfect.
Interesting about
59.
technology and setup. It does make a difference, obviously, because of the aerodynamics involved. You can also...
60.
It is what suits an individual as well. Not everybody throws the dart the same.
140.
They don't, but what most players tend to do is get the darts to enter the board at a consistent angle. And even when Mike's at the peak of his powers,
45.
I still think there are darts that go in at varying angles. And that, to me, tells me that the balance of the setup isn't quite right.
58.
Almost sounds that you know what you're talking about, Jack.
Wouldn't go that far.
140.
Well, they were almost perfect darts there.
But even then, you see one going in a kick into the left. and
96.
One
Michael
slightly
Carr,
higher than the other.
161.
Well, he finds the first treble 20. Can't find the treble 17.
137.
But leaves
Ricardo
himself
Carr,
on
106.
24. Should he return? Tops then. And just wires it.
86. Michael Carr, 24.
That set-up play from Huntley pays dividends. 3 in hand at double 12. A player that should like the top of the board, the way that he gets his darts to stand up. Now double 6.
Game shot on the third leg, Michael Huntley.
Advantage, baby face.
Yeah, and a breaker throw there.
Fourth leg,
by
Michael is
Huntley.
first.
Opportunity now
Game
to
on.
go too clear.
A couple of legs is a long time in darts because it was only, what, 4 or 5 legs ago that Mike was involved in that we were potentially saying Andy Hamilton was looking far too
95.
comfortable against him, and keep bringing that up. We weren't too impressed with the Huntley body language.
60.
But he managed to get over the line, didn't he?
Found a way, and now look at the confidence. Look at the way that the pace of the game, the
100.
way that he's getting to the board.
$100.
With a breaker throw alongside his name in this one. You do have to make him favourite from here.
58. $125.
Nice 2 dart. 2 trebles. For Ricardo there.
86.
We spoke a bit on Mike's throw. Ricardo's is what I like to call a no-nonsense throw.
95.
Straightforward, straight at it.
The arm's down, it's up, and the darts are away, and then he does it again.
Very rhythm.
Yeah.
A rhythm throw, as we'd say.
Brings the dart back
41.
roughly to the same
Ricardo
position
Carr,
every time, but
121.
they're in the hand and then they're gone again.
57.
A little cock
Michael
finger,
Carr,
like Eric
121.
Bristow used to as well.
Can't be done now for Huntley then. Treble 20 would leave tops.
41. Ricardo
Look at the
Carr,
way those 3
64.
have gone in the board tree now. I think that's gonna be my topic for the day. That
Double 8 now.
No
Oh, and
score.
he's just slipped
Michael
into
Carr,
the
80.
treble to the double 16. So opportunity now for Huntley.
funnily enough, Ulrich's just bust with the score that Huntley wants for the leg.
Misses the big number.
For the second visit in a row, really, Trina. He drifted into the one from the 121. He's drifted into the 5 from the 80.
40.
And Ulrich's coming back.
Ricardo Carr,
for
64.
Double 16 then.
32. Michael
He
Carr,
actually
40.
wanted it that time and couldn't hit it.
Opportunity now for Mike. To go 3-1 ahead. Tops he requires.
Down to double 10.
Game shot on the fourth leg, Michael Huntley.
A lot of players in this group seem to be favouring
Fifth
tops
leg,
and
Ricardo,
10s over double
first.
16.
Game on.
It's not always paying off though.
58.
Finds a treble 18 with his last start.
The perfect first start for Huntley. Just not able to follow it.
76. 81.
Frustration creeping in.
32.
3-1 up, 2 bad visits, and all of a sudden, the Huntley of the first couple of legs against Hamilton is back on that stage.
140.
We're saying a couple of legs is not a long time in darts. A couple of visits is not a long time in darts.
59.
Oh, doesn't manage to find a treble.
140.
Is this just a little bit of eagerness to get over the line, get the job done, get the points on the board from Huntley, and put himself in the strongest position possible to start this campaign? As I said, the last couple of visits he's had here perhaps haven't
Game on the 5th leg, Ricardo
fruitful
Ulrich.
as he would have liked, and now he's up against it once again after that 82 check out from Ulrich.
6th leg, Michael to throw first.
Well,
Game on.
There was no reason for him to panic there, as he got the throw in this leg anyway.
100.
Much better opening visit from Huntley.
100.
Well, Ricardo matches him.
$97.
That's a good treble 19. Good pick off there.
100. $40.
Thought might have started on the 18s on that shot.
140.
First to finish is Ulrich. Huntley needs at least one treble to join him. Got to switch now.
94. Ricardo Carr
He's the big fish, but
161.
a chance for Ulrich to send us all the way.
99.
Well,
Michael
treble
Carr
last in hand.
170.
He's on 62, but match-winning chance for Huntley on the big fish. The line has snapped.
105. Ricardo Carr 62.
So 62 now for Ricardo. Finds the treble 10. Can he
Game
find the
shot on
double
the 6th
16?
leg,
He
Ricardo
does.
Ulrich.
So now we go into another tie-break leg.
7th and final leg, Ricardo to throw first. Game on.
And Ricardo has the darts.
97.
Pretty consistent scoring from both, but neither have found that 3 treble visit so far in this
60.
match.
$77.
And it is Ulrich who's making strides in the 7th and deciding leg. Don't forget, Huntley
45.
did lead this one by 3 legs to 1.
Yeah, if he loses this, then
95.
he's going to feel hard done by. He'll be kicking himself.
Very, very similar to how his opponent in the
60.
first game probably felt. Andy Hamilton found himself in a pretty comfortable position early on in that game. But it was Huntley who snatched the
60.
points away. He's got to find 2 trebles from here to stay within touching distance.
100.
Just the one, but it is firmly advantage Ulrich from here.
That's a good pick off.
140.
Moves across the hockey and picks out 2 treble 20s to leave himself 32.
Yeah, used the facilities perfectly there.
43. Ricardo Carr 32.
Huntley doesn't leave a finish, so it's at least 6 from Ulrich from here. Would be a bit of a disaster if he doesn't go on to
No
win the
score.
match.
Would have liked to have got it wrapped up there and then. But no need to panic.
All Huntley can do is try and apply the
87.
pressure.
Ricardo
Still on
O'Connor,
treble, so
32.
would still leave a ton plus if he returns once again. That's a bit of a blocker for double 8. In the gap.
Getting shot on the match,
Ricardo
Ulrich.
Ulrich doubles up his points tally for the day, snatching victory away from Mike Huntley in our 3rd straight 7-leg shootout of the afternoon. 4 from 14 on the outer rings for Ulrich. Gets the better of Huntley, was just 3 from 9. We'll be back after the break with Lorenzo Pronk taking on Kelvin O'Keefe.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So we see the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back once again to the resplendent live lounge here in Portsmouth. Modus Super Series action coming to you live and free on Pluto TV. This is match number 5 of the afternoon. We'll see Kelvin O'Keefe take on Lorenzo Pronk. O'Keefe beaten in his opening match against Ricardo Ulrich. Whereas Lorenzo Pronk got the better of
Looks like
Brandon
Lorenzo
Walsh
will through first. Game on.
in obviously all 7 legs, because that's pretty much been the story of the day. The first game was just 4-2, but the subsequent 3 games
58.
that have followed have taken us the distance. Are we going to see all 7 legs once again? Trina?
85.
It wouldn't surprise me at all. The way things are panning out today,
60.
there's a good chance. Speaking to Calvin earlier,
59.
and he has 6 children.
95.
Been a busy boy. 4 girls. Kiana, Kaylin,
140.
Evie Grace and Lexi. 2 boys, Jaden and Hunter. And you'll see
60.
on his shirt, on his collar, he's got the autism collar on his shirt. And that's for Hunter.
91.
I'm still amazed. He's got
58.
6 kids.
Kelvin the car, 126.
Don't look old enough, does he?
I'll give it a couple of years. He's got a 5-a-side football team at home.
101. Lorenzo the car,
Doesn't quite score with a
170.
1-2-6 though. And it's Pronk who wants the big fish.
64. Kelvin the car, 25.
Chance now then for Calvin to take out this 25.
Getting shot
he
on the
does
first
so.
leg, Kelvin O'Keefe.
And that's a break of throw. 1-0 to Calvin.
Second leg, Kelvin to throw first. Game on.
They won the opening leg of the day in just 14 darts. That one's a 17
100.
dart leg, but doesn't look to be putting himself under too much pressure
100.
as yet. Group C is one of those groups where you do have to get off to a decent start. If you find yourself losing your first 2-3 games, you can almost kiss goodbye to your chance of making Saturday
50.
night.
$96.
Yeah, with there only being 2 qualifiers from this group
100.
and 3 from Group B, there's really no room for
98.
error.
Indeed. Although given just how difficult some of the Group B lineups have been of late,
100.
there may be a case where some players are more comfortable playing in C. Yes, you play a couple more games. Yes, you're under more pressure, and
63.
yes, there are
Kelvin the car,
less spaces to
151.
qualify. But the time of day possibly suits some players a little bit more.
Yeah, with the B starting at 10 o'clock in the evening to the early hours of the morning. So, you know, some
93. Lorenzo the car,
don't prefer them hours.
144.
I shall go 18s here. And he finds the
112.
treble 18.
Kelvin the car,
His last
58.
start to leave 32 should he come back. But tops now, 2 10s.
48. Lorenzo the car,
Pronk
32.
does return for double 16.
Getting shot on the second leg,
Finds
Lorenzo
it with his
Pronk.
first start. Levels the match at 1 apiece.
He's been pretty
Third
good on
leg,
that
Lorenzo
segment
to
this
throw
week from
first.
memory.
Game on.
Seems to be one of the only ones that is favouring 16s over tops. That tends to be the decision most players make.
140.
You get the odd players that will try and leave double 18, but
$123.
Mention how
81.
tough some of the Group Bs have been of late tonight. Looks no different. Underway from 10 p.m. David Fathom and Joe Croft, the players that made it there via Group A. Joining Justin Smith,
140.
Reece Colley and Connor Heenahan.
Yeah, Connor Heenahan
59.
has produced the most 9 darters here at the Modus Super Series.
140. $57. Kelvin Car 98.
Here his last coming against Jason Heaver. Wasn't the last player to hit a 9 in this building, though.
No. That would be Jared
66.
Cole.
Valentino Car 164.
I was fortunate enough to be involved in both of
45.
those.
Kelvin Car 32.
That seems to be the way here.
Double 16 then. Double 8. Can't find it.
24. Valentino Car 119.
This is hands down one of the worst checkouts in the game.
Yeah, needing 2 trebles. But not that one.
Yeah, 2 trebles for a double. You don't really get the reward from hitting the treble first start. A single leaves the bullseye.
93. Kelvin Car 8.
So double 4 then for O'Keefe.
Game shot on
Finds
the
it
third leg.
with his
Kelvin
first
O'Keefe.
start. Breaks the throw of Lorenzo Pronk.
Fourth leg. Kelvin
Leads
to
his
throw
match by
first.
2 legs
Game
to
on.
1.
You've played darts for quite a while now,
A long
Trina.
time.
A long time. Is there any
45.
checkouts that you specifically know you've never hit in a competition? Because Richie Burnett
Crikey.
has never ever hit a 170 in a competitive match.
I know I've hit that.
Is there any off the top of your mind that you think I've never ever taken this out, like
44.
139 that's quite awkward or anything like that?
I can't recall. I'm sure there is.
You've won the lot, you've hit the lot.
Well, I'd like to think so.
Do you have a favourite checkout of all time? One that sticks in your mind as...
There is one that sticks in my mind, and that's,
Well,
that's a 180, followed by a 180. Super darts there from the pair. Yeah, sorry, going back to that.
60.
I think it's with my 3rd World Championships, and the outshot was 114. And the reason
57.
that was I remember that one because my good friend had just passed away, and she would have been there watching
58.
me. And if you watch the video back, you will actually see me mouth, "Come on, this is for Julia." And that's the only outshot that I remember.
135.
114.
Kelvin Car 158.
A lovely story. Chance then for O'Keefe for a 158. Double 19.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Kelvin
Superb
O'Keefe.
from Calvin O'Keefe. The man nicknamed Casio, somewhat
Fifth leg,
ironically
Lorenzo
by his
to throw
pals,
first. Game on.
made absolutely no counting mistake that time.
Well, that might just be his favourite checkout.
40.
Yeah, 4th leg of 6 visits or less. Plenty of those involved in O'Keefe's first game, but he did come out on the wrong side of that fixture, going down 4 legs to 2 to Ricardo Ulrich.
100.
But he's seemingly on the path to putting that right in this encounter.
41. $140.
A good leg of darts here
100.
from O'Keefe.
Yeah, and unlike his compatriot in the last game, no finishing line jitters, it appears.
60.
Mike Huntley in the same position in the last game against Ricardo Ulrich. Led 3-1 was unable to get the job done.
100.
O'Keefe in this one. Pronk with the advantage of throw in leg 5, but he's not making the most of it.
$100.
And O'Keefe is looking good. Requires 101 when he returns.
83. Kelvin O'Carr, 101.
81 then.
Yeah, had options. Could have gone 15s or 19s.
69. Lorenzo O'Carr,
He's up double 16
137.
instead. Pronk, can you save it from here? Tops.
97.
Oh, that was
Kelvin
the
O'Carr,
intention.
32.
Doesn't quite make it.
Yeah, just below. Doesn't quite have the same ring to it as tops, but chance then for O'Keefe for the match. Double 16, now double 8. Now double 4, working his way across the oche.
Game shown
Finds
the
it
match,
last
Kelvin
start in hand.
O'Keefe.
Kelvin O'Keefe has his first 2 points of the day, and he does so in solid fashion, getting the better of Lorenzo Pronk by 4 legs to 1. We get a little bit of a look to the camera alongside it. 4 from 13 on the outer ring. Pronk hitting his only dart at the double in that game, but finding himself on the receiving end of a defeat. We'll be back after the break, where we'll see Andy Hamilton take on Brandon Walsh.
$54. Charlie Maguire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
oche with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's
require
gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back once again to the Modus Super Series. We have played 50 games so far this week here at the Live Lounge, and only one of those has been a 4-0 encounter.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing, isn't it?
We had to wait until game number 44 of the week for that one. It did come in an Andy Hamilton fixture. It was yesterday evening or afternoon where he was beaten by Carl Sneed. That was the result that secured Bombers' place in Saturday night's finals.
Sure, Andy's going to thank you for pointing that one out, Jack.
Looks like Andy to throw first.
Glad I'm up here today, hiding.
Game on.
But it has been a week of close encounters. And I don't mean with aliens. That was just Henry you were commentating with for the rest of the week.
One of them, 40.
I wonder if he's listening to that.
I know what he is doing today. I wonder.
Should be on a train
One of them, 40.
going up north.
He was on that very early, but it's a very long train, so he might still be on it. We'll know if he's watching because my phone will buzz in a minute.
$26.
Over into this match. Both players without a win so far. That will change for one of them.
$45.
And it would arguably put a lot of importance on the next game for whoever is beaten here.
100.
Yeah, and Andy Hamilton has had a 3-game break. And that sometimes can affect the player. Or depends what they've been doing in the practice room, whether they've been actually resting or actually on the board. It's sometimes a hard timing to judge.
$65. And your car,
Not
124.
sure what to do with your time, whether to be on the practice board or whether to give yourself that little bit of a rest, because it is a long day. 124 then for Hamilton. Needs to travel 18 now. Would have been the bullseye for the next shot. But tees it
92.
Up. Leaves himself 32. Should he return? 170 for Brandon. And Andy will return now.
45. And your car, 32.
Yeah, but you mentioned that break. Hamilton is one that will... He knows his way around this format, doesn't he? He's been here enough times now.
Getting shot in the first leg, Andy Hamilton.
Yeah, he's experienced and finds the double 16 there.
Second leg, Brandon
first
through
leg
first. Game
of this match.
Former weekly winner is the Hammer. Did so a couple of series ago now.
100.
Wouldn't be surprised to see him book his spot in Champions Week again. Like we said, Group A, perhaps he didn't quite get the reward of the level that he was playing at throughout.
48.
He does have plenty of experience. The players coming into Group B this evening all have bucket loads of experience alongside him. Justin Smith, Reece Colley and Connor Heenahan.
100.
But compared to Series 10, the Champions Week lineup so far, seemingly more experienced. Series 10 was very much the series of opportunity.
Indeed.
58.
Jeff Smith, one of those that's already sealed his spot in the end of
95.
series finale. Shane McGurk's gone back to back, winning week 4 in Series 10 and Series 11.
42. $140.
Brandon finding a 140 there to leave himself 66. Bit of a slow leg, this one.
And after a 17 dart leg to open for Hamilton,
140.
pretty comfortable.
Brandon McCarr, 66.
Scoring power's just deserted him a little in leg number 2. So, odds on, we're going to be level here.
46.
Not this time.
Brandon's relationship with double 20 is deteriorating as the minutes go on.
Yeah, it's not been his friend.
85.
Started off
Brandon
that way.
McCarr, 20.
In his previous match,
Getting shot on the second
double
leg.
10
Brandon
bailed him out
Walsh.
on a couple of occasions in that one, and it's done so again here.
Third leg Andy to
It's not
through
a
first.
trend you will
Game
want
on.
to see continue as a player.
Friends again.
It's all well and good your secondary double working, but what that inevitably means is your primary one is failing.
Yeah, and when you
Steve.
you have only that one dart to finish,
140.
you know, there's going to come a time when you're going to have to do it with just that one dart with your opposition on your back.
It must be a weird feeling that as a dart player as well, knowing that
84.
your backup double is working, but it's a little bit weird to just go straight for double 10, isn't it? Unless the visit dictates, i.e. you're on 80 and you hit a treble 20. Like, how do you approach that as a dart player?
68.
It's tough. It's a bit psychological, isn't it? And yeah, it's a strange old game. This play sometimes does play tricks with you.
I guess there becomes a moment where you feel like I'm better off
57.
missing this first dart, but it's so against human nature and dart players' nature to want to miss almost.
Absolutely.
99.
Still plenty of dart players out there that just won't lay up at any point. They're going for every single shot they see it in front of them. You see golfers do the same. Don't particularly want to take their medicine. Don't want to play the averages.
95.
I guess it all depends on how confident you're feeling as well at that point in time.
$41.
Does leave a finish, but it's a bit of a biggie for Brandon Walsh. And a ton or more here from Hamilton. Makes him favourite for leg number 3. Should switch now. Lovely,
165.
lovely visit from Andy Hamilton.
Brandon
Tees
Carr,
up tops
153.
from 205. And Brandon Walsh needs a bit of a whopper.
Well, not to be this time. So Andy will
59.
have a crack
Andy
at this
Carr,
tops
40.
to go into a 2-1 lead. Double 10 then. Finds it
Gage
with
on
the
the third
second
leg,
dart
Andy
and does
Hamilton.
indeed move into a 2-1 lead.
Fourth leg Brandon to through
In my
first.
mind,
Game
Andy
on.
Hamilton is more of a double 16s man than a tops man. But he's favoured tops a lot this week.
Well, I'd like to say it's working for well. It is obviously working for him,
100.
but there's been moments of obviously where it hasn't.
$140.
Well, nearly the first max of the game.
$100. 96. $100.
I managed to find the treble 20 with his last dart there.
Just chipping away in this leg. 3 visits of 100 in a row. Might mean we're on for one of my favourite things in darts, a 5-ton leg. You see it less and less these days.
35.
Players know to switch to the bullseye, give themselves a 2-darter rather than leave that 101. I actually think it's rarer these days than a 9-darter.
You're probably right, actually.
Because
thinking
now
about
he
it.
should switch. Or he's gone greedy for the treble. But it's such a... No one's deliberately throwing for 100 in visit 4 to leave 101, are they?
No.
It's very much situational, and sometimes that just needs the darts to fall in a certain way.
60.
Over 61 then for Walsh to level us up once again.
That's double 18 then. And he
Game
finds
shot on the
it
fourth
with
leg,
his
Brandon
second
Walsh.
dart. And levels the match at 2 apiece.
Fifth leg, Andy did through first. Game on.
Does indeed. His first dart at double 18 of the day. And he hits it first time of asking. He's had troubles on tops. 10s has bailed him out a couple of times. Not been the most fruitful on 16s and 8s. Maybe double 18 holds the key to success for Brandon Walsh this afternoon.
100. $100. $57. $100.
Ton from Walsh once again. We're on for it again, Trina. Long way to go yet. The darts nerd inside me gets all giddy when you see a 5-ton leg.
I wonder if Brandon's
24.
seeing the pattern himself.
I mean,
well, he's messed it up now.
It is a sign of
55.
consistency, though, isn't it? Just
Of course,
chipping
yeah.
away at ton. But there will be some players that get frustrated with that, won't there? Like, it's brilliant to turn 60s and 85s into tons. But when you're doing that consistently, you start bemoaning the fact you're not hitting 2 treble visits and turning those visits into maximums, especially if the first dart is in the treble bed.
And especially if the rest are right on the wires as well.
85.
Bit of a wild one there.
He does leave himself a finish though. Will it be at 161? Pressure here from Hamilton.
95. Brandon Carr, 161.
Just technically leave a 2-darter, but I'd be very surprised to see it in 2 darts. So, chance for Walsh. Wants the bullseye.
119.
Would have been the biggest
Andrew
checkout
Carr,
of the group so
104.
far. Just eclipsing the 158 we've seen from Kelvin O'Keefe. Hamilton a chance to get in on the ton plus action himself. 50 left. 18 for doubles, 16. Gone back down the board and it's paid off for Andy Hamilton. You see the grimace on his face, a bit of a roar.
6 leg Brandon
He knows how important that leg was.
On.
Yeah, grit of the teeth.
Hammers that one home.
Ah!
But
40.
Don't tell me you're going to burst into song as well with Hammer Time.
No.
Okay.
That's not in my repertoire.
That's Henry, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Play to your skills.
96.
Rapping is not for me. The big power ballad. Bit of Bon Jovi somewhere.
Might hold you to that, Jack.
140.
Got a great rendition of Take That Back for Good in the locker somewhere as well. That first appeared in Blackpool a couple of years ago.
$81.
Are you a bit of a karaoke king then?
140.
You're having to think about it.
I don't know how to phrase it right. I'm a little shy occasionally. We'll have a go when it suits. And then not as bad as most people.
40.
Quality over quantity. Henry will come and do 12 songs on the Christmas party. I'll do one.
137.
But it will be a good song that suits my vocal range.
Whereas Henry will screech it all out, will he?
Yeah.
Okay.
1 minute it will be Aqua Barbie Girl. And the next minute he's trying to be Freddie Mercury.
180.
Well, a great 180
44.
there from Hamilton. Leaves himself 104 should he get the chance, but double
Getting shot on the
16.
sixth leg, Brandon Walsh.
Brandon Walsh takes out. And we have another.
Seventh and final leg, Andy.
Squeezing leg.
Game on.
Had to go that one though, didn't it? Hamilton took out the 104 in the previous leg. Couldn't afford to give him a chance to see it again.
$58.
A great start here from Brandon Walsh. Hammers in a 180 against the hammer.
121.
And Andy replies with a 121.
$55.
Hamilton's fourth deciding leg game of the week. He's actually been involved in a number of 4-1s up until this point.
$50.
Well, a mistake there by Andy. Opportunity now for Brandon to take advantage.
96.
Finds a treble 19 with his last start to leave himself a 170.
Needs 2 trebles now, does Hamilton. Just to leave a finish before that 5.
85.
He could have got
Brandon
there
Carr,
with just a 1 treble,
170.
but used the 25. And it's 6 starts in hand for Brandon Walsh at 170. Gonna need all 6.
94.
Leaves a 2-dart combo on 76. What can Hamilton do from here? First dart just dropping low on Hamilton. And the second, not what he needs.
57. Brandon Carr, 76.
All around it, but nothing in for Hamilton. A match-winning opportunity for Walsh. He goes back to tops.
56. Andy Carr, 130.
So a chance for Hamilton to take out the 130 for the match. Treble 20, the target. Will stay there. Finds it. Now the bullseye.
105.
And can't find that.
Brandon Carr, 20.
Yeah, the baby fish can't be reeled in. Doesn't need the landing net, that one. Can just be pulled in on the line, but chance for Walsh then to wrap it up. Double 10 to his aid once again. Brandon Walsh has 2 points on the board. And Andy Hamilton finds himself bottom of the table after 2 rounds of fixtures. Couldn't quite muster up the 130 to dig himself out of trouble. And for the second time today, Hamilton loses in 7 legs. Round 3 is coming up after the break, and it starts with Ricardo Ulrich against Lorenzo Pronk.
It's feel the power. Told you this is not a game. Done playing, trying to live up to my name. Cuss them off, they said I changed. They just ain't keep up to pace.
Welcome back to the party of Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
This is not a game. Started 15 big dreams, and I keep dreaming. Strategic, I'm not scheming.
Your chance to hear from the greatest of all time, Phil the Power Taylor, here live at the Modus Live Lounge. That is on Saturday the 28th of June. However, small matter of Group C is underway this afternoon, and here are the results we've seen so far. Plenty of seven-leg thrillers throughout. Andy Hamilton finding himself on the losing end of two of those. And what that does mean is the Hammer finds himself bottom of Group C at this early stage, needs to pick up a win and needs to do so quickly. Ricardo Ulrich, the only man unbeaten so far, winning both of his games, with the rest of the field all picking up one win and one loss so far. Match number 7 is between Ricardo Ulrich and Lorenzo Pronk. These two competed against each other in Group A this week. Ulrich leads the head-to-head 2-1.
Both from Holland.
First leg, Ricardo to through first. Game on. $100.
Possibly set to be the quickest game in the group, this. Both players play at a nice pace. Just get on with it.
45.
Yeah, both rhythm players.
96.
Tend to see that
97.
more coming through now as well with the youngsters especially.
Yeah, I popped along to the
58.
Portsmouth Darts Academy finals night on Monday night. Lovely to see. About 40 or 50 kids there all playing darts. Smiles on their faces, going through their
85.
routines. Wide range of ages as well. One on the board slightly lower for the youngest of the group.
85.
Yeah, it's good to see, isn't it? And of course it helps them incredibly with their maths. You'll be seeing
84.
in a few schools them bringing darts into their curriculum.
Yeah, really powerful educational
65.
tool, not just the fantastic sport that we know. Devon Peterson is doing great work in that particular environment.
80. Ricardo Ucar 97.
Well, an unfortunate bounce out there for Lorenzo.
39. Lorenzo Ucar 110.
Well, Rick can't make the most of it though, and it's Pronk for 110. Treble 17 for tops. Gets a dart up.
90.
Top of the shop.
Ricardo Ucar 58.
And Ulrich back for 58.
Finds
Game
it
shot on the
with his
first leg,
second
Ricardo
dart.
Ulrich.
Gets the first leg on the
Second
board.
leg, Lorenzo to through first. Game on.
Just to hold a throw.
$60.
It's an important holder throw though. Pronk did have an opportunity to win the opening leg.
57.
And as dart players, you are aware of your little head-to-head battles, especially when you've played each other so often in a short period of time. So
60.
they will know that Ricardo leads this one 2 wins to 1.
96.
Yeah, another pattern that will be psychologically embedded.
Easy for you to say.
45.
Only just.
$125. $41.
You start there from Lorenzo.
96.
He does have this weird third dart of his visit, doesn't he, where the left hand goes out occasionally. One time he didn't do it, typically.
100. Ricardo Carr, 127.
It's not quite the full Ian Moss, who places his non-throwing hand
59.
all the way behind his back, outstretched, but...
$57. Ricardo Carr,
68 now.
68.
For Ricardo. Well, he's making a bit of a mess of this.
24. Lorenzo Carr, 138.
Chance now for Pronk. Take out 138.
Won't go this time. Treble 20 would leave it at
98.
tops.
Ricardo Carr, 44.
If he comes back, Ulrich's made a bit of a mess of this leg so far, but a chance to clean it up.
Now throws a dart on the floor there. Just a slip.
12.
And he can't find the 32.
Lorenzo Carr, 40.
So chance now for Pronk to take out tops.
Game
And he
shot on
levels the
second
match.
leg, Lorenzo Pronk.
One apiece.
Third leg, Ricardo did through first. Game on.
Honours
100.
even so far then. 2 hard to throw. Neither in the most convincing fashion.
This is better.
100.
Maximum there for Lorenzo Pronk. First of this match.
100. 90.
Hitting trebles, but they're the wrong ones to stay on the 9 darter.
Yeah, the wrong side of the bed.
100.
Still advantage Pronk though. Should use the bullseye to leave himself a finish.
54.
Tried to. And that just hands
96.
momentum in this leg straight back to Ulrich.
$93.
Now picks
Ricardo
off
Car 105.
treble 18 with his last start to leave him 84.
97.
And that's a great
Lorenzo
last start
Car
there.
84.
Yeah, just trading last start in hands to keep the scoreboard ticking over in this leg, but chance for Pronk to break. Should get a dart at the bullseye. Bonus of 2 at
Game
double
shot on the
11.
third leg, Lorenzo Pronk.
And that is a breaker throw.
Fourth leg, Lorenzo did through first.
For
Game
the
on.
man dressed in his national colours.
Yeah, from The Hague.
93.
I've only ever been to the Netherlands once. It was for a World
60.
Series event, but The Hague seems to be a bit of a darting hotspot. Bradley Roos won a title here before. He's from that area.
40.
Raymond van Barneveld also. The 5-time champion of the world. The 12th and final invitation
100.
to the World Seniors Champion of Champions in just a couple of weeks' time.
123.
Which means he will be here at the Modus Live Lounge.
180.
Well, maximum there for Ricardo. One apiece.
57. Ricardo Car 161.
161 then. Finds a treble 20. Needs a treble 17. Can't be found.
137.
Does recover well.
Yeah, not the first time we've seen that set up today. Mike Huntley did similar.
24. Ricardo Car 24.
Huntley finished the leg on double 6 in the end. Ulrich will be hoping to do the same
Game shot on
now.
the fourth leg, Ricardo Ulrich.
Like deja vu, that.
Fifth leg, Ricardo did through first. Game on. 45.
Well, a bit of a wild last start.
$83.
One chance gone begging there for Lorenzo to punish the
35.
score of Ulrich.
Just 6.5 games into today, but the story of just this group
140.
of this week so far seems to be consistently inconsistent. Every time somebody does something that hands them the advantage within the game,
140.
seem to follow it up with a visit that gifts it straight back to their opponent. Nobody's really been able to see their opponent struggling, put their
80.
foot on their head and keep it there.
I'll say it again. Swings and roundabouts.
59.
The story of the week so far.
Might be the story of what I get up to in between sessions, Trina. You've said it often enough.
174. $82. Lorenzo
We're
Car
back at 10
24.
p.m. this evening, where Group B will get underway.
Game shot on the fifth leg, Lorenzo Pronk.
Double 12 found for Lorenzo Pronk.
Six flag Lorenzo to through first.
And that was a breaker throw. Lorenzo has the darts in this leg. We'll be looking to wrap it all up from here.
100. $134.
Yeah, reminder, if Pronk doesn't hold, we'll be heading to a 7th and decided leg once again. Already seen 4 of those in the 6 matches so far. The other 2 results have been a 4-2 and a 4-1.
No 4-0s net yet.
Just 1 in 51 matches so far this week.
Pretty astonishing fact, that.
Not
that we're asking for players to lose handsomely. Like, we wouldn't do that, and we're glad that all the matches so far have been pretty competitive, but it is a statistical anomaly, like you say.
90.
Well, wasn't sure what he was throwing for there with his last start.
47. Lorenzo Ricard, 52.
He does return for 52. Options here, typically 20s or 12s. Opts for a dart at tops.
Getting shot on the match.
Finds it, first dart in hand. Lorenzo Pronk defeats Ricardo Ulrich by 4 legs to 2, levelling up their head-to-head for the week. That's 2 apiece now. But a big win for Pronk, picking up 2 more points for the afternoon. Mike Huntley will be hoping to do the same in the next match as he takes on Brandon Walsh.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here in Plymouth. Portsmouth, even. I said that the other week as well.
We've moved.
Pluto TV, of course. We have up on the hockey now Mike Huntley and Brandon Walsh. Beforehand, we've seen the match against Lorenzo Pronk and Ricardo Ulrich. A 4-2 victory there for Lorenzo. So
Looks
let's
like
see
Michael is through first.
what this
Game
game
on.
brings.
Huntley got off to a
24.
winning start earlier this afternoon, taking out Andy Hamilton in 7 legs, but was beaten in 7 legs once again by Ricardo Ulrich in round 2.
43.
Brandon Walsh went down 4-1 to Lorenzo Pronk in his opener before getting the better of Andy Hamilton 4-3.
96.
Hamilton the only winless player so far then. He's up next against Kelvin O'Keefe.
140. 100. 100. 100.
Mike has 2 boys, Brandon and Travis. 25 and 24.
98.
So not so much baby face.
Caught me off guard then, they're nearly the same age as me.
And apparently Brandon has started playing darts himself, is doing a few of the vaults.
95. Brandon Dakar 120.
Certainly a good way to get into it. Round robin format locally. And the very first step on the pathway to potentially
60.
playing here.
Michael Dakar 86.
So another 18. Leave the bullseye for first blood.
61.
Just wires it.
Brandon Dakar 60.
So now Walsh with the opportunity to take out this 60 tops. 2 10s. Finds it with
Gauge
his
on the
third
first leg.
dart.
Brandon Walsh.
Breaks the throw of Mike Huntley. Leads this leg
Second leg.
game
Brandon
by
to through
1 leg
first.
to 0.
Game on. $80.
Once again, though, it's a leg one on double 10 for Brandon Walsh.
Oh, I feel your pain, Mike.
83.
That's the one bit where I do relate.
Yeah, me too.
You might have a couple of years on me, but doesn't feel it sometimes.
95.
Quite comfy seats up here, though. I could get used to this.
Now you're used to standing all day, you are.
100.
As a referee.
Not to complain, but it is quite difficult to stand still for as often as we have to here.
I'm sure it is. Rather you than me.
140.
A pair of comfy shoes is essential.
$26.
Those swings and roundabouts are back once again, though, for Mike Huntley's game, aren't they?
85.
Indeed they are. As Walsh leaves himself 101 3-dart checkout. Could do it in 2, of course, if he was being a bit flamboyant.
100. Brand new car 101.
He's got the time if he wants to. Hops against it.
93.
Picks off the treble 18 to leave himself 8 when he returns.
Interesting route that. 62 players commonly go for treble 10, but
85.
Walsh going on
Brand
the
new car
offensive to
8.
leave double 4. Will it pay dividends?
Game
Yes,
shot on
it
the
will.
second leg, Brandon Walsh.
2-leg cushion now for Brandon Walsh.
Third leg, Michael through first. Game on.
I had that dart shirt once upon a time.
Did you?
Yeah, for my
85.
university team, Nottingham Trent University.
Mm.
Typically, we played in navy and pink. They were the university colours, but a good friend of ours and teammate unfortunately had leukemia for a while. Leukemia is the
100.
orange ribbon, so for a season we donned the grey and orange.
Very good.
100.
Everybody has a story, don't they, Jack?
Most of mine can't be repeated from university days, if I'm being honest.
81.
Okay, we'll skip over them ones.
$68.
And there's the head going down. Again, by Mike, showing his opponent
60.
his emotions. Not always a good thing.
Yeah, shaking his head behind Walsh's throw as well. Yeah, you've got the advantage of throw. You're leading this
95.
leg.
It's a very frustrating game, darts.
41. Michael Carr,
That's
153.
kind of why we love it, though.
Yeah, it's as bad as golf. Golf is frustrating as well.
Yeah, I've not played golf for a while. Been to the driving
59.
range a bit of late, trying to get back into it. Had a bit of back issues, but and there's another. But it's again, they're very similar in regards that when it goes
97.
right, it feels
Michael Carr,
amazing,
94.
doesn't it? And that's why we come back. That's why we chase that serotonin, isn't it? That feel-good factor of, yeah, did you see that 180 I just hit? Or hitting the bullseye when you need it under pressure. Like, the release is so, so good.
Game
He
shot on the
finds
third leg, Michael
Dots
Huntley.
to take out the 94.
Fourth leg, Brandon to through
Gets
first.
a leg
Game
on the board.
Yeah, and a release from Huntley there will make him feel very, very good after that one.
Well,
Doesn't look too impressed with himself.
60.
Take the scenic route to take that out.
Well,
First start was a little bit errant.
might have taken the frustration out of that a little bit. Here's us talking about darts and golf.
60.
And the frustrations that them two sports can bring in particular.
$60.
Can be a lonely place up there as well when things are going wrong.
140.
No one there to help you out.
Yeah, it is a very individual sport, darts at the highest level.
100.
And it's quite strange in that regard, isn't it? At grassroots level, typically you play as part of a team in a pub or a club. Obviously, the vaults are a little bit different
85.
these days, and you've got players playing through academies at youth level and coming straight into the singles game. But it was very much a sociable sport, darts, in its
60.
early life.
Yes, where it originated from.
But the minute you try and play that,
100.
step up that level a bit, you do lose that support network somewhat. As you say, there is no one there to hold your hand through it, no one there to tell you what you're doing right or wrong.
140. Michael Carr, 116.
Once double 18 then for the 116.
80. Brandon Carr, 81.
Even when things aren't quite going right for Mike, he feels like a player who expects himself to hit absolutely everything.
56.
Yeah, wears his heart on his
Michael
sleeve,
Carr,
doesn't he?
36.
Does indeed. He's returning though for double 18, and this will level us up at 2 apiece. Should be able to use that. Doesn't this time. Did similar in his first game earlier today, but
brand new car 25.
Switch was a little bit of a disaster for Mike Huntley. Chance then for Walsh. 9 for double 8. Been good on double 4.
17. Michael,
Another
your
wild
car
one.
9.
Chance for Huntley then to put this 9 right. Double 4. 2 2s.
7.
And that's
Running
some
your
way
car
off.
8.
He's not really threatened either of those doubles there, has he? And Walsh once again for double 4. He has been pretty good on this target today. Chasing down to double 2.
Getting shown the 4th leg, Brandon
Bang
Walsh.
in the middle of that double. It's
Fifth leg,
positive
Michael
for Brandon
is through
Walsh. He
first.
leads this match 3-1, but the fact double 4's starting to let him down
Game on.
as well as tops has and double 16 in the past. He's running out of options for doubles he can rely on. As for
125.
Huntley, that was a real opportunity to get himself back in this game.
Yeah, just a loose start on the last one.
We have seen
140.
3-1 as a scoreline in each of his previous games. One of those he trailed 3-1 and won 4-3, and the other one he led 3-1 and lost 4-3.
81.
You know what that means, don't you?
Yeah.
3 more legs of this.
Yes. And another deciding leg.
100.
We shall see. If it goes to pattern, that's for what happen.
135.
An eyebrow raise from Huntley as he drifts into the treble 5, but first to a finish. Does have the advantage of throw here in leg number
100.
5.
Michael Carr 160.
Bradley hits a ton to leave himself a finish. So another one of them.
Yeah, just a point difference between the scores, but it does make a major difference to the checkouts.
100.
Huntley could have got the job
Brandon
done with
Carr,
2 trebles and a double.
161.
Walsh needs 2 trebles and the bullseye. That much smaller target.
53. Michael Carr 60.
There's Huntley with the first look at a more makeable checkout. Down for double 10. He still looks surprised he's missed.
40. Brandon Carr 108.
So 108 now for Walsh. Finds a treble. Finds the single.
90.
Misses the
Michael
double.
Carr 20.
He was 1 from 1 on double 18 before that. As I said, he keeps running out of those doubles.
Getting shown the 5th leg, Michael
gets
Huntley.
one back once again. Back to 3-2. Walsh with the advantage of throw and leg 6.
6 leg, Brandon to through first. Game on.
Can Brandon Walsh see it off here?
100. $45.
Feels bizarre to say that 3-1's been a dangerous scoreline in Mike Huntley matches so far. It's a bit like the old football cliche, 2-0's the most dangerous scoreline.
100.
They get one back and then they think they can go again.
$80.
Well, does manage a treble with his last. Not quite getting going in
45.
this leg. Either of them, really. Moves across the hockey a little as he covers
100.
the treble with his first start and does manage to find it with his third. But this is good darts.
140.
It's a 140 there to leave himself 116.
Really important visit from Brandon Walsh. Has him first to a finish. Huntley can't leave one
60.
now.
Brandon, your car,
So it is 6 starts for
116.
Brandon Walsh for the match. You've only seen 2 ton plus checkouts so far today. We won't be seeing a third now.
74.
Doesn't leave a double, but has options from 42. Will be under a bit of pressure though from Huntley, who leaves himself on 76.
42.
So Walsh once again for the match. 42 the target. 10 or a 6. He's double 16. One more just inside of that one.
10. Michael Carr, 76.
And he is just struggling to get over the line today, is Brandon Walsh.
56 left. 16 then for tops. For a 3-3. And we go again.
Michael Huntley.
Was it ever going to be anything else?
3-1
in a match where Mike Huntley's involved is inevitably going to lead to a 7th and final leg. And quite importantly for Mike Huntley, both times the player has come back from 3-1, they have gone on to win the match.
26.
Oh, that's a disappointing first 3 though from Mike Huntley. Only 26. And they were thrown in such a way where they just
83.
really went into the board at quite angles, strange angles.
I'm absolutely convinced it's the setup. It's so difficult to throw when you're under that little bit of pressure, when there's that little bit of tension in your arm. It is a setup that requires
82.
timing and precision. And if the slightest little bit is wrong with your throw, which can happen when you're under pressure, chasing wins in deciding legs.
It's an interesting point.
140.
But it'll be one of those that when it's on, it looks brilliant for Mike and clearly works for him because he's stuck with it for a long time now. He's had success in ADC events in Wales. He's had success on the seniors tour back in the day, but
great one, 7-7 there from
60. Brandon Carr, 120.
Brandon.
Yeah, first to a finish and got 6 starts for the 120. There's the treble, single for tops. Can he float it just over that dart?
90.
He tries to. He tries to, but swings it over into the double 5 bed.
100. Brandon Carr, 30.
And it's double 15 for the match. Now it's a target we've not seen him throw out so far in this match. Going to have to find his way up to double 4 now.
Getting shot in the match, Brandon Walsh.
There it is for him once again. A bit like double 10 when he's needed it. Double 4 comes to his aid. Brandon Walsh has picked up yet another 2 points, defeating Mike Huntley by 4 legs to 3. Wasn't the prettiest on the checkout battle. 3 from 12 for Huntley, 4 from 14 for Walsh. They'll hope to improve that a little bit later on. But for now, we complete round 3 after the break.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage, approaching the Oki with a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gave wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is
79.
it. It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw the entire body into that one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here in Portsmouth, live on Pluto TV. We have on the Oki now Andy Hamilton and Calvin O'Keefe. Let's see who comes out victorious in this match.
Glad to see we've been teleported back to our normal home of Portsmouth for the afternoon after our brief detour to Plymouth.
Well, I just thought I'd take you out for the day for a bit.
Oh, thanks, Trina.
But now we've paddled back.
First leg, Kelvin did through first. Game on.
This is match number 9 of the day, so the final fixture in round number 3. Only Andy Hamilton is yet to win today.
100.
And you feel like if he loses a third match in a row here, the deck will be stacked against him to qualify from here on.
100.
Well, that's a good start. A maximum at the beginning of the leg for Andy Hamilton.
59.
Laser focus from Hamilton.
140.
I tell you what, I really wanted to talk then and mention the fact he was on a 9 darter, but
me too.
I'm very, very aware of the fact that Henry is a bit of a jinx, and I didn't want to be in the same position.
Yeah.
The minute that boy mentions the number 9, all hope is lost.
Yeah, you're biting at the bit, aren't you, to say something, and then you just think, no, don't jinx it.
82.
Bit of a wild last one from Hamilton. Actually leaves himself on a 3 dart combination still. 99, one of those mathematical oddities.
45. Andy McCarr, 99.
He's way ahead in this match, in this leg. So 80 now. Looks like he's going 16s, but finds the treble 7 instead.
59.
Just tie it up to leave himself tops.
$60. Andy Car 40.
So tops now for Hamilton. Wow, throws a big one.
8.
Not too disastrous as O'Keefe on 188. However, after this throw, he could be on 8.
One of them 40. Andy Car 32.
Double 16.
Game
Finds
shot
it
on the
with his
leg,
first
Andy
start.
Hamilton.
Breaks the throw of Kelvin O'Keefe.
Second leg Andy did
Not
through
quite
first.
the 9 dart that he was
Game on.
threatening or promising. But he'll take it nonetheless. The leg on the board for the hammer. I'm just trying to do some digging on how many career 9 darters Andy Hamilton has to his name. I've looked on 3 different sites and they've all given me a different number.
Split the difference.
125.
In that case, he's had 4. Yeah, one site says 3, one site says 4, and one site says 5.
100.
Yeah, let's go for 4.5.
How do you have half a 9 dart? Does it have to be in pairs?
Because I can.
I'm not going to argue with that.
$123.
Suppose he had half a 9 darter in that last leg. He hit 5 perfect.
That's true.
100.
Nothing wrong with the scoring power of Andy Hamilton in this game so far, then. I think this is what's known as curse to the commentator.
57.
Yes, Jack.
Troublous visit.
You were going on
Straight
about Henry.
afterwards. I'm never going to be allowed back again, am I?
100.
I've done a great deal wrong so far. Kelvin O'Keefe finds himself on 201 after 9 in this leg. Was some
100.
2-dart combination in leg number 1 when Hamilton got over the line.
$59.
But you do get
Andy
the feeling
O'Connor,
that this game
96.
is all about what Andy Hamilton produces. If he continues to produce at this level, you expect him to pick up the points. If he drops off a little bit, then O'Keefe will have an opportunity.
So double 18 then for Andy. Double 9. Well, decides to
80.
split.
Kelvin Carr 142.
Mind games from the hammer. He doesn't think you can take this out, Kelvin. And he was correct, to be fair to him, so...
Do you think there's a bit of mind games there?
Yeah, just
60.
a little.
Andy Carr 16.
Oh, double 8 then.
Finds on the second leg. Andy
It's a
Hamilton.
good choice in the end for the hammer. Moves ahead by 2 legs to 0.
Game on.
Important to hit that first dart as well, I think, because once you do lay up and you split, to go for a double that you favour that little bit more.
60.
If you start chasing around that double or making a bit of a mess of it, you start to feel a little embarrassed, I think.
Yeah, and it's not good for the confidence, is it?
Yeah, so well and good
22.
starting the mind games and saying, I don't think you can hit this, but if you don't actually go on and hit the double you've set up yourself the visit afterwards, it all means nothing anyway.
58.
It's a bit like a breaker throw, isn't it? It's not a breaker throw unless you're holding the next leg.
Exactly that.
Well, it is. It's just 2 breaks a throw, but you get what I'm saying.
I get you.
81.
It all counts for nothing in the end. Hamilton, though, halfway to his first points of the day.
41.
Hamilton deciding to switch to the 19s.
96.
And finds one with his second dart, at least.
$45.
Just not finding enough trebles to put Hamilton under any pressure at the moment, is Kelvin. Hamilton gets the maths right. Doesn't quite manage to execute the way he would have liked, though. And that visit sums up Andy for the week for me so far, because when he has missed or not hit what he's going for, it has been low every time, hasn't it? There isn't any missing high on the treble
59.
bed that keeps the bed nice and open for him. It is dropping below the target quite often for the hammer so far.
Yeah, seems to throw short. However, that's a perfect dart, but followed by a disappointing one, and readjusts and hits the treble again.
Yeah, used a dart that was already in the segment to perfection, but will be disappointed that he wasn't able to do so with all three darts.
100. Andy Car 131.
He does have a chance at this 1-3-1.
Went for the treble 17 route. Would have liked to get a couple of darts at tops.
41. Kelvin Car 138.
Options M for O'Keefe from 138. Can he pull off the Luke Humphreys? 60 left, Kelvin. 60 left.
98.
That was very close to a bust as well. Just takes him out of his rhythm a little bit. You could see the cogs whirring in his mind then, couldn't you?
Can he find this double 15? He can't. So opportunity.
60.
Knocks
Kelvin
for
Car 40.
O'Keefe. Tops required. Finds it with his second dart. Gets a leg on the board.
Yeah, diverted
Fourth leg Andy through first. Game on.
Necessarily been cogs turning then in Kelvin O'Keefe's mind, though. It would have been panic station, said Andy Hamilton. Seen off leg number 3. Missed 2 darts at double 15 to do so.
26.
Tired darts there. They looked tired.
Yeah, it is only day 4 for Andy. Got at least 2 games to play after this today. And another 5 tomorrow.
It is a long week though, isn't it?
140.
Especially when you're in Group A. Early mornings. Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. Get a little bit of a lie-in today.
100.
I think we should petition the bosses to start a bit later on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. No one likes mornings. No one likes the traffic getting into work. Nice, comfortable
60.
mid-morning, early afternoon start.
Leisurely ride in.
Yeah, 100%. Much more optimum
25.
time for the players is how we should phrase it. Not the fact I want longer in bed.
Oh, it's nothing to do with staff, like.
No.
No. All around the players.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Okay.
100.
Some of them need longer to do their hair. Andy included.
Well, Hamilton
100.
a bit behind in this leg.
Here again, that last start tired though, isn't it?
Yeah.
41.
And then there, O'Keefe thrown underneath the treble himself. Does leave himself a finish.
One of them,
That's
40.
a good pick off from
Kelvin Carr, 160.
Andy Hamilton. Leaves himself 110. And he will return for it, as O'Keefe can't take this out now.
60. Andy Carr, 110.
Chance then for Andy Hamilton. Might stay there with that guide, but looking at 18s for double 18 now.
74.
Just on the
Kelvin
wire. It would have been
Carr,
Hamilton's
100.
second ton plus of the day. Only the third we'd have seen in the group. This is Kelvin O'Keefe's highest checkout he has to his name in this building. He hit this in his previous appearance.
45.
I'm not sure if that was for
Andy
tops or
Carr,
treble 20,
36.
but
I think that was
treble
for,
either.
I think that was for tops, but
Game
finds
shot
the
on the
double
fourth leg,
18.
Andy Hamilton.
Moves into a 3-1 lead.
Yeah, restores his
Fifth leg,
two-leg
Kelvin
cushion,
through
does Andy
first.
Hamilton.
Game on.
This will be a big 2 points for himself. Despite the fact he's lost his previous 2 matches, he would just be 2 points behind the leaders. We'd have a little bit of a
60.
symmetrical group in some regards. Brandon Walsh, Ricardo Ulrich, and Lorenzo Pronk are all 1-2 from 3, so they're on 4 points each. Kelvin O'Keefe and Mike Huntley both have 2 points to their name so far, and Hamilton at the bottom of the table on 0. A win for O'Keefe would see him jump up and join those players on 4
100.
points. But a win for Hamilton would see us with 3 players on 4 points and 3 players on 2 points.
60. $93.
Finds a treble 18 with his last start. Much needed treble.
One of them, 40.
As O'Keefe piles in a 140.
308 is one of those scores you've got to be a bit careful on. Should start 18s. The reason being
83.
2 treble 20s after that for Hamilton would have left a bogey visit.
One of them, 40.
Another 140 there for O'Keefe. Leaves himself on 101.
I have to say, we mentioned the fact he's changed equipment since his last visit. There is a better consistency to the way his darts are entering the
Kelvin
board.
Carr, 101.
Did have a few on the floor in his previous time here. Consistent angle of entry. Which should mean you'll just see the double 12 with a point in it.
77.
Not this time for O'Keefe, but we'll be back for that double 12. It's the second time today that he's just been taken out of his rhythm in the middle of a combination.
100. Kelvin Carr, 24.
But this time, it may not be an issue for
Game shot on
him.
the fifth leg, Kelvin O'Keefe.
Back to within 1.
Sixth leg,
And it's
Andy to through
Hamilton
first.
with the
Game
darts
on.
to get this one wrapped up. Say it very quietly though, Trina.
I was going to say, dare we
Both of Andy's previous matches so far have gone the distance.
Well, you've said it now.
As is just about every other game we've played today.
One of them, 40.
That's a great start from Andy. A nice 140.
97.
And O'Keefe managing to pick off the treble 19 with his last start.
134.
This is match number 9 of the day. And the player throwing second in every match so far has won at least 3 legs.
59.
Mike Huntley and Andy Hamilton, the players to have finished on 3. All the other games have been won by player throwing second.
Interesting.
$140.
Moves across the hockey to try and open up the bed. He had plenty of room in the left-hand side of the bed, but couldn't manage to find it.
85. Andy Ricard, 87.
87 then for Andy to take the match.
Won't chase the treble 20. Time on his hands.
37.
Ends up on bullseye anyway. Suspect though he'll go for 18 to double 16 to wrap this one up. O'Keefe now can't leave a finish, so it's at least 6 from here once again. But Hamilton for his first points of the afternoon. And it would bunch up this table significantly. Just 2 points would separate all 6 players. He's gone for it. Wow. That is not a move I expected in the Andy Hamilton playbook.
34.
No.
All.
Well, that, I'm gobsmacked.
I'm genuinely quite stunned he's gone for that.
Me too.
It's the sort of move I love to see, but I just didn't
16.
expect of it from
Let's
Andy
hope.
Hamilton.
Let's hope it's not a mistake. Double 8. Double 4 then.
Game shot in the match.
He manages to survive. Takes the double 4 for a 4-2 victory. Unexpected bullseye there from both. Well, 78.85 there for Calvin and 82.89 for Andy Hamilton. 4 out of 14 and 2 out of 5. Coming up next, Lorenzo Pronk, Michael Huntley.
The Modus Super Series, where we will be hosting the 3rd edition of the World Seniors Champion of Champions. It will be here at the Live Lounge on Sunday the 29th of June, live and free on Pluto TV. There are your 12 players competing in the field. Defending champion Richie Howson amongst those. John Henderson is going for the clean sweep of titles within the seniors. And Raymond van Barneveld, the 5-time world champion, making his World Seniors debut here as well. Tickets available at dartshop.tv. However, back to the action for today. Here's what we've seen in the last 3 matches. Lorenzo Prong getting the better of Ricardo Ulrich. Brandon Walsh beating Mike Huntley 4-3. And Andy Hamilton picking up his first win of the day against Kelvin O'Keefe. And what that means for the table is it's a little bit truncated. Just 2 points separating all 6 players. 3 of those on 4 points, 3 of those on just 2. So none the wiser so far as to who will be joining Carl Sneed in Champions Night. My name is Jack Garwood. I'm alongside Trina Gulliver, bringing you all of the action this afternoon. And it's fair to say, Trina, it's been a bit of a war of attrition so far this afternoon. Plenty of legs played. And so far, we don't really have much of a clue as to who's going to be contending for the top 2 spots in Group C.
No, we don't. It's another tight group.
95.
No 4-0s as of yet today.
Barely any all week, if we're being honest, Trina.
Yeah, only the one.
100.
That was in match number 44 of the week. This is match number 54 of the week.
76.
Actually, this is match number 55. Good count in that.
Plenty of 4-3s today.
140.
Deciding legs galore.
Yeah, 5 out of 9 matches have gone the distance so far this afternoon.
95.
And 3-4-2s and the solitary 4-1 in there. That was Kelvin O'Keefe's win over
100.
Lorenzo Pronk. Huntley making the
45.
brighter start here in
Michael
leg 1.
O'Carr, 161.
First to a finish after just 9 darts.
41.
Well, a chance here for Lorenzo to put the pressure
100.
on the 120.
Michael O'Carr, 120.
Mike Huntley is going in for now. Finds a treble 20. Needs the single. Can he find the tops?
100.
He can't.
Lorenzo
So
O'Carr,
chance
90.
now for Lorenzo to take out 90.
Yeah, when he came to the hockey a couple of visits ago with 161 remaining, he would have hoped to leave something a little bit more makeable than the 120, but
60.
Bronk
Michael
can't
O'Carr,
finish.
20.
And we're heading to double 10 for Mike Huntley. Can he glance off that barrel?
Game shot on the first leg, Michael Huntley.
Lovely dart that from Babyface. Not got the
Second
thickest
leg,
of
Michael
setup,
to
so
first.
it's not
Game
as
on.
easy for him to make the most of darts he's already put in the board.
Yeah, he didn't need to use the barrel there. Went straight for the
80.
double 20 bed and found it.
59. $45.
Going back to the setup, or in particular going back to the Powers setup, he used to trim his own
140.
flights, didn't he?
He did indeed before he got a little bit creative.
60.
Got to know someone back home that did the same as well. Just standard flights, just trim the edges off.
Yeah.
Not too much. I just preferred the way that they flew through the air.
129.
Did you use toenail scissors or clippers?
Got to be scissors. Clippers are curvy a little bit, aren't they?
140.
Like,
Unless you
wanted
like
to-
that small. Round
No.
the edges up. Round the edges up.
Exactly.
Get a bit creative with it. Lovely setup though from
133.
Lorenzo Pronk. Leaves tops after 12.
$60. Lorenzo
Leads
Ricard,
down to a
40.
finish as well, but Lorenzo with a chance to break straight back.
Getting shot on
Does
the
it in one
second leg,
dart.
Lorenzo Pronk. Third leg, Lorenzo to through first.
Just a 13 dart leg.
Game on.
From Lorenzo to get back into this contest.
$81. $60.
See whether the flights twirl and twist.
180.
I'm not so sure whether I would like that because it would feel like it would rattle in my hand.
So I've thrown a similar
140.
setup in the past, obviously with slightly wider flights, but you can get little rubber rings that sit on the end of the stem and they stop the dart from spinning. I'm not one
135.
that actually enjoyed the spinning either, so it can be a little bit of a distraction and perhaps slightly less stable through the air.
100. Lorenzo Ricard, 105.
And when you add that to just how difficult the flight shape that Mike has is to throw, like I say, it's going to be one of those
67.
setups where when it's on it, it's unbelievable. But I just think the margin for error is that much smaller with it.
177.
You have to be perfect,
Lorenzo
like he just
Ricard,
was.
38.
Yeah, well, you can't argue with them ones. Double 19 for Lorenzo.
19.
He can't find
Michael
it. Tries to sneak
24.
it through.
Yeah, two blockers, but couldn't muscle his way past them.
Getting shot on the third
Huntley
leg, Michael Huntley.
Sweeps in again, third leg in a row that's won against the darts.
Fourth leg, Michael to through first.
13
Game
dart
on.
leg.
Yeah, back to back in this game. The first leg, 17 darts from the Welshman.
131.
Well, better game here from Mike. Current averages
123.
94. It's just changed. 96 for Lorenzo and a 94 for Mike.
68. $60.
Interesting to see which way Huntley goes from 302. Goes the right way. Again, not the best execution though.
25.
Was looking for at least an 18. Because a 140 from 302 would leave 162.
$27.
And as brilliant as this game has been so far, in the opening few legs, this one's leaving a little bit to be desired.
140.
As he throws in a 140.
Like a reverse curse of the commentator.
Of course.
140.
And there's
Michael
another
Ricard, 137.
An injection of quality.
137 then. 70 left.
Took the 7 off early doors.
$85. Lorenzo
Handy
Ricard,
visit from Huntley then
151.
leaves 52 after 15. We are yet to see a holder throw in this contest. But the
27.
Welshman with an opportunity
Michael Ricard,
to
52.
do so here.
Double 16.
36.
Can't find
Lorenzo
it.
Lucar 124.
So, opportunity knocks for Pronk. Well, can't find the treble 20.
44. Michael Lucar 16.
Just want that little bit more concentration from Lorenzo, I think.
Yeah, looks a little blasé at times, doesn't he? But he will have another chance now at this 80. So another 20 for tops. Moves across the hockey.
40.
And can't pin it.
Michael Lucar 8.
Chance for Huntley once again for the first holder throw in the contest.
Game shown the fourth leg, Michael Huntley.
Does so to pick up the fourth leg. Leads this one 3-1.
Fifth leg, Lorenzo to throw first.
Previous. Back-to-back 13 darts. We get 1-1 in 23 darts. Back to that Lorenzo thing, though.
140.
Do you think it's just a lack of experience where a player that's been around a long, long time knows not to waste a dart, knows that anything can happen in a game of darts and every dart counts? Whereas there just seems to be that, right, this visit
100.
hasn't gone for me, we'll try again in the next one.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, his throw does look like he's
85.
just chucking them anyway, doesn't it? So, so it's hard to decipher really as to sometimes
85.
as to whether he is just chucking it or.
$40.
Yeah, a little kink of the wrist as he brings it back. From this camera angle, it looks like he sets it quite wide out of his body,
100.
but actually from front on, you can see it does come up to his face.
He moves his body across. His arm stays in the same position. Looking at that, he moves his body.
$44. Lorenzo Lucar 56.
Hits the 180 to leave himself 56. So tops now. 2 10s. Finds it with his third dart. Gets another leg on the board. Trails by 3 legs to 2.
Michael through first.
Mike Huntley has the darts in this leg, and he'll be looking to wrap it up from here.
100.
I daren't say it, Trina, but once again, Mike Huntley led 3-1.
58.
How bizarre.
On the 2 other occasions he's done so far today, he has lost 4-3. It is turning
85.
into the most dangerous scoreline in darts if you are a 53-year-old man from Wales.
135.
Which seems quite specific to say, but when it's happened twice already and could potentially unfold for a third time today.
140.
Well, he's doing okay at the moment.
117.
But then that's a great shot from Lorenzo to put him back in contention. It's not on a finish, but
60.
And only a 60 there from Huntley. Big score here.
95.
Oh, he does find the treble with his last dart.
And needs a 2-dart combination. 96 if he returns for Pronk. Huntley will be hoping to get a dart at tops here, which he does for the match.
Game shown in the match.
The streak is broken. Mike Huntley picks up 2 more points by defeating Lorenzo Pronk by 4 legs to 2. It's the first game of his today that hasn't gone to a deciding leg. 4-2 win for Huntley in the end. 4 out of 12 on the outer ring gets the job done for the Welshman. Up next, Brandon Walsh takes on Calvin O'Keefe.
you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So we see the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here in Portsmouth, live on Pluto TV. Before the break, we seen Mike Huntley defeat Lorenzo Bronk 4-2 with another exciting game. And now, coming up, we have taken to the hockey Andy Hamilton and Ricardo Ulrich.
Yeah, the last game for Huntley, the first one of his for the day that hasn't gone the distance. He has played 27 of a possible 28 legs so far today.
He certainly made things difficult for himself.
First leg, Andy to throw first.
Getting his money worth, isn't he?
Game
He is
on.
indeed. He's here. Just 4 games to go after this one. We'll close out this round of fixtures with Brandon Walsh taking on Calvin O'Keefe before Andy Hamilton opens up round number 5 against Lorenzo Pronk. Calvin O'Keefe will take on Mike Huntley, and Ricardo Ulrich will take on Brandon Walsh to finish the day. Following that, we'll be back at 10 p.m. this evening on Pluto TV for the commencing
82.
of Group B. Conor Heenahan, one of the players joining the pack, who will be hoping to make it a hat-trick of Irish winners here of late. The 4 winners in this series so far. Jeff Smith in week number 1.
125.
Scott Taylor, former grand champion, in week number 2. John O'Shea winning in week number 3, and then
57.
Shane McGurk winning week 4 for the second time in 2 series. Ian Ham will be joined by Reece Colley and Justin Smith as newbies into Group B. David Fatham and Joe Croft, the 2 players that have dropped into that group out of Group A.
$80. Under your car, 156.
156 then for Hamilton. Well, it's not to be this time.
I'm one of the 3 players that has hit a ton plus checkout
78.
so far today. His is the lowest of the day. They were 104. We've seen a 116 from Huntley to get over the line in the previous game.
99.
And Kelvin
Under your car,
O'Keefe with the
78.
real biggie so far, that 158 in his 4-1 win over Lorenzo Pronk earlier on. Hamilton though, another low dart will be starting to annoy him a bit. But a dart at tops for the opening leg.
58.
Just low once again. It's becoming a bit of a pattern of play for Andy Hamilton.
Yeah.
99. Under your car, 20.
And as the week goes on, as he does tire that little bit more, but as he tries to make that adjustment.
Getting shown the first leg, Andy Hamilton.
Double 10, but as he tries to make that adjustment in the scoring phase.
Second leg, Ricardo to through first. Game on.
Start trying to throw it that little bit higher, and you start snatching it straight back to where it is that little bit more as the tiredness kicks in.
Yeah, exactly that. And, you know, small margins. When you adjust darts, and there's that low dart again.
58.
You'll see Andy do that a lot on his last dart. Just
32.
Doesn't aim as much with his last dart. Just tends to throw in one motion.
It's one that's caught me out a number of times actually when I've been stood where Paul Hinks is right now, because you start adding the numbers up, you think you've got a little bit more time, and all of a sudden the third dart's in the board. You've got to call
100.
a score because Andy stood there waiting to collect them. When a player throws in such a distinct rhythm, you tend to think you've got that little bit longer than you actually
96.
have when that third dart sort of catches you by surprise.
Yeah, you're expecting the third dart to hit the board at the same pace
7.
as the previous 2. And they are very tired darts there from Andy Hamilton.
40.
He is the kind of character that will keep battling to the end, but like I said, it will just be starting to annoy him now that he can't nail down that range in the scoring bed.
40. $140.
Good 140 there from Ulrich. Leaves himself 56. Andy way behind in this leg. And it's looking like Ricardo will level the match here.
Yeah, even a maximum from Hamilton didn't really apply the pressure
Ricardo
he would have hoped
56.
in this leg.
Getting shown on the second
Clean as a
leg,
whistle,
Ricardo Ulrich.
Ulrich takes leg number 2. That was with the darts though, so positive signs once again.
Third
for
leg,
Andy
Andy to
Hamilton.
throw
Not
first.
been broken,
Game on.
but he has to get off to a good start here in leg number 3.
Well, that's a good first start, followed by a great second.
140.
That's better darts there from Andy Hamilton.
81.
Hamilton's played a possible 22 out of 23 legs up to this moment. It's just been one of those days, hasn't it,
81.
Trina, where there's been nothing to separate the players.
Yeah, it's been quite bizarre.
95.
And there's still more to come here on Pluto TV.
I just feel like we're just waiting for at least one player to
23.
spark the group into life a little bit. They can eradicate some of the bad visits. Everybody's played well at times, but
95.
we're going off to the playground again. It's been a lot of swings and roundabouts. Players have looked brilliant for a leg and then disappeared almost for the following one. If someone can just start putting together a bit of a run, you feel like they could take this group by the horns.
93.
Well, Andy leaves himself 164. And Ricardo needs to find a 20
60.
at least
Andy
to leave
Ricardo,
himself a finish, and he does
164.
so.
Just saw Andy throwing a few ghost darts in the background there. Quite ferociously as well. It didn't seem to match his actual throw. I don't know if he was just trying to
24.
stretch his arm out a little bit or
Ricardo
something.
Car
But
170.
Yeah, seems to be reaching. Could this go? It can't this time.
98. Andy Car 140.
and again, from 164, Hamilton would have definitely expected to leave something handier than this 140. Needed at least the first dart of the treble. Would have given him options.
100.
But it's all right coming
Ricardo
back for
Car
72. Again, multiple ways you can go about this. 12 leaves 60. That leaves tops.
Game shot
That
on the
leaves
third
nothing.
leg,
Ricardo
Ulrich.
Ulrich leads Andy Hamilton 2 legs to 1. That's a break of throw.
Fourth leg, Ricardo to third
Advantage
first.
to the Dutchman
Game
now.
on.
Yeah, an 18 dart leg, that one.
100.
And Hamilton, to me, just seems like he's pushing the dart. He seems to have no force with it.
96.
Maybe he's labouring it a little bit. I don't know. Doesn't seem to be holding it or
100.
clenching it.
He's not one that's ever thrown with the most amount of force because of the way that he sets the dart in his hand and rolls it through the fingers. But yeah, you're right. The timing's just gone a little bit. I think that because he is reaching and trying to get that first dart up and high and his misses are so low that
100.
the timing and the action has just gone that little bit.
96.
Yeah, when you start to stretch and reach, and then your stance tends to waver a little bit as well, and that's when your darts seem to fly off target.
93.
Seen that shot a number of times from this week. The treble 18 to his rescue at the end.
21.
That's unfortunate. Bounce out. It was not a bounce out, actually. It was a bounce off his actual dart. Darts clatter into the other one.
Look at this timing from Andy Hamilton.
140.
I'll start low once more, but first to a makeable finish. Ulrich leaves something a little bit more makeable. Fires in the maximum at the perfect time. That's his first of the game.
Yeah, and that is perfect timing. Well, it could be. And he's still got a chance at this 72. It's the bullseye now. To level the match. Well, it's off
33.
target.
Ricardo Car
Ricardo has a chance at double 2 to go 2 ahead.
No score.
Oh,
Andy O'Carr 39.
puts it in the treble 13, 15. Tries to sneak it over the top and launches it a little bit too high.
Yeah, both players making a mess at the back end of this leg. Hamilton with a chance to level us up. Finds
Getting
double
shown the fourth
16.
leg,
That
Andy
segment
Hamilton.
hasn't really been an issue for Andy Hamilton so far this week.
Fifth leg Andy to through
His
first.
problem has been
Game
getting
on.
there, and he tries to G himself up a bit there. Laser-like focus from Hamilton, but again, he's being
59.
plagued by these low darts.
Yeah, and another low dart there on the 19s.
59.
Yeah, Ricardo doing the same there.
It's contagious. It's catching. Is this the perfect response from Hamilton? Levels up the maximum count. Made the most of the marker dart in the treble.
137.
That's a good reply from Ricardo. It's them tired darts again.
42.
Feels like must be fighting a losing battle here. Every time that something good happens, there's just been a lack
93.
of following up today, hasn't there, from all 6 players?
Yeah, the inconsistency. It's taking its toll. He would love a 180 here. Well, he's given himself a chance.
140.
Not quite.
Would have been his second of the leg.
96. Andy O'Carr 80.
Chance then for Hamilton at 80. It'd be interesting to see where his second dart goes here if the first one is low. Instead, goes on a bit of a detour.
Well, there was, after the first dart, there was only
40.
one option to go,
Ricardo
which
O'Carr,
was
116.
25 in the bullseye. 116 now.
Getting shown the
Finds the
fifth leg.
tops.
Ricardo Ulrich.
And takes it out. Ricardo leads by
Sixth
3
leg,
legs
Ricardo
to 2.
through first.
A bit of a roar there from Ricardo.
Yeah,
First time we've seen it
game
this
on.
week.
Audible from the Dutchman. It's the second 116 we've seen of the day. Mike Huntley hit one in the previous match. All right,
85.
first ton plus checkout of the day as well. And it could just be the turning point that sees him pick up the points in this 4th round encounter.
96. $24.
Just to sum up the consistently inconsistent, that last leg for Hamilton, 59 to open, 180, 42, 140, and then made a hash of the finish.
Yeah, moments of brilliance.
85.
Not backed up. Well, another 180 there. Ricardo leads in the 180 battle by 2 to 1.
Yeah, nearly the 3rd time today that someone's hit 2 180s in a game. Ricardo was one of the players that have done it on a different occasion. He did it in his opening match against Kelvin O'Keefe.
100.
Hamilton leaves 180, but he can't take it out. So Ulrich has the potential of back-to-back ton plus checkouts to see this match off.
83. Ricardo O'Carr 112.
And it's a loss that would relegate Hamilton to the bottom of the table once more on leg difference.
60. Andy O'Carr, 97.
But a chance for Andy here to once again take us to a deciding leg. Treble 19's the target. Looks like he's going for the double. Finds the double. So tops.
77.
And just wires it
Ricardo O'Carr,
underneath.
52.
I was ready to start talking about leg number 7. It felt inevitable, but Ricardo Ulrich, second dart at tops,
32.
drags it low
Andy
once
O'Carr,
again.
20.
Maybe we are getting that 7th leg after all.
It's looking likely. So double 10 for Hamilton. Double 5. He
Being
finds
shown the
it,
sixth leg,
and yet
Andy
again
Hamilton.
we go into a deciding leg.
7th and final
Andy
leg,
Hamilton
Andy
joins the
first.
27 leg club. Out of a possible 28 he could have played today. This is leg number 27. Mike Huntley has also achieved the same feat.
$123.
In fact, as it stands, we are just 6 legs short of playing every single leg possible so far today.
121.
You've just made my day, Jack.
Which, if my maths is
96.
correct, means this is leg number 71 of a possible 77.
I hate maths.
140.
It's kind of my job.
Kind of mine, isn't it all?
We won't be reaching the 100 leg mark though for the day. Most we can play in a session is 105. We've already lost 6 of those.
140.
But we're certainly heading for 90 plus today.
45. Andy O'Carr, 142.
And that's before we add Group B to the action. Just a reminder, gets going from 10 PM this evening.
It can't be done now. But he can leave it very handy.
95.
The last dart being for the treble 10, of course.
Yeah, no checkout possible for Ulrich from
98.
195.
Andy O'Carr,
Let's get below the
47.
ton mark. But it's Hamilton with the opportunity for the match. I expect 15 for double 16. First part ticked off. Question mark next to the second part.
Getting shown the
And it
match,
turns
Andy
into a great
Hamilton.
big tick for Andy Hamilton. He fought his way back into that match, taking us the distance once more this afternoon. And it is Andy Hamilton who comes out on top with the points to his name. A win that takes him from 5th place in the table all the way up to 2nd. That is how tight today has been. After the break, we'll see Brandon Walsh take on Kelvin O'Keefe.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
McGuire,
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last two darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage, approaching the jockey with a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6 7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Gage wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw the entire body into that one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to a marathon session of darts here at the Modus Super Series on this Thursday afternoon, where every match has seemingly gone the distance this afternoon. Incredibly tight group where we've played 11 matches so far and just 2 points separate first and sixth place. And if Kelvin O'Keefe can get the better of Brandon Walsh here, all 6 players will be on 4 points.
What is it about this week where everything has been so tight?
The matchups have just gone that way, haven't they, Trina?
Looks like Brandon to throw first. Game on.
I don't want to say that makes this afternoon a complete waste of time, but it does just mean tomorrow is really important and today just sets it up.
140. $29.
Been a contrasting day for this pair so far. There's not been a lot wrong with Brandon Walsh's scoring power. Finding a lot of tons as a minimum. But his finishing has
125.
left a lot to be desired at times. Hasn't quite found a double that is there when he needs it. As for Kelvin O'Keefe,
41.
he's been a bit of an opportunist, shall we say. He's picked off his chances when he's been given them. But he does need to up the scoring power
45.
if he's going to buy himself a few more opportunities as the day goes on.
Well, even though he lost the first match of the day, he did have an average of 92.63.
88.
And that appears to be his best so far.
Yeah, backed up with an 89 in
90.
his 4-1 win
Ronald
over Lorenzo
Carr,
Pronk,
52.
but just 78.85 to his name in a 4-2 loss in the previous round of fixtures.
Getting shown the first
Double
leg, Brandon
10
Walsh.
bails Brandon Walsh out again. Maybe that was a little bit harsh. Maybe he has found a double that will bail him out when
Second
he
leg,
needs it.
Kelvin
And
to
that
through
double
first.
comes in the
Game on.
form of double 10 because he's favoured tops. He's left tops a lot today. He's hit it a couple of times, but double 10
100.
has been the one that has provided them with more success than any other today so far.
$81. $100.
Finds a treble 20 with his last dart.
$100.
Moves across. See his darts stand up very
100.
steep, don't they, in the board? Does well to find the treble 20 with his last dart. As it seemed that the whole bed was covered.
140.
You see Brandon's darts there are flatter.
Yeah, and there are advantages to getting your darts to stand up the way
100.
that Kelvin O'Keefe does, but they mainly revolve around your first dart being nice and high, whether that be at the top of the treble 20 bed or just above the wire.
100.
That's where you can use markers to work around. Someone with a more gradual angle of entry, such as
89.
Brandon Walsh,
80.
seems to have the ability to work both sides of the dart.
Getting
Double
shown the
10
second
to
leg.
his aid
Brandon
once
Walsh.
again. 2 from 2 on
Feel
that
like Brandon
segment
to throw
in this
first.
game.
Yeah, and with the
Game on.
the darts standing up like they do, what you don't want to do is put one below the treble 20 because it blocks the vision then
55.
for your target.
Yeah, Andy Hamilton struggled with that throughout the day as well, hasn't he?
But this is a long
85.
dart as well that O'Keefe is using. So it can, if it does go below the 20 mark, the treble 20 mark, then it does tend to block most of the 20 bed.
Yeah, not only does that obscure your vision, but obviously then you've got to try and get past it.
140.
It's a bit like playing golf. We compared the sports in terms of mentality a bit earlier, but you find yourself behind a tree.
100.
The old saying is they're 90% air, but you can guarantee you're going to find one of the branches on your way through.
44.
It's not easy to avoid a flight or stem in the way.
And that's when you need to have the ability to switch.
100.
It is an interesting action from O'Keefe as well. He's got quite an open palm, doesn't he? Whereas a lot of players tend to be more enclosed over the top of the dart.
106.
That seemed to work for him there. Couldn't find the treble 18. So O'Keefe back
92.
for
Come to
52.
52.
We're kind of at must-go territory for Kelvin O'Keefe. Double 10 now. Brandon Walsh is
shot on the
10.
third leg.
Comes to the aid of the
Kelvin
Welshman as
O'Keefe.
well.
Every leg so
Fourth
far
leg Kelvin to throw first.
been taken
Game
out
on.
on double 10 in this match.
Yeah, and all three have been in 5 visits. Brandon Walsh with a 15 and a 14 dart leg, followed up by a 15 dart for
100.
O'Keefe himself. Really good standard, this one. Walsh above the ton mark so far.
140.
Maybe this is the spark this session has been waiting for.
125. $80.
This is a big 2 points here in the context of the table. If they go Brandon Walsh's way, he would be the outright leader with
66.
a round of fixtures to go. As I mentioned earlier, though, if Kelvin O'Keefe picks up the win from here, all 6 players will be tied on 4 points.
41.
And the reason that's intriguing is in Group A, it wasn't possible for all 6 players to finish on the same number of points because there's an odd number of fixtures. We could have had 3 players on 16 points and 3 players on 14
100.
points. In Group B, it is possible for all 6 players to finish on 10 points.
100. Cavalry car 110.
Well.
And the easiest way for that to happen
50.
is whatever
Brandon
happens
your car 140.
in the final round of fixtures. Some players will be on 6, some players will be on 4 by the end of the day. You just reverse every single result tomorrow.
100. Cavalry car 60.
Mind-boggling. As
Getting on the
Tops
forfeit,
goes
Kelvin
in.
O'Keefe.
And we have 2-2
Fifth leg, Brandon
scoreline.
you through first. Game on.
Walsh to throw first in this leg. A 17 dart leg,
41.
that one.
Yeah, worst of the contest so far, but as an overall standard, this is one of the better matches we've seen so far today.
Yeah, 96.34 for
81.
Brandon at the moment and an 88.57 for Kelvin. 1-1 in the 180s race.
60. $121. $45. $137. $100.
It's another ton from Brandon Walsh. It's been a bit of a ton machine today. Was that not the nickname of Alan Glazier back in the day?
It was.
In fact,
Late.
I knew that because my
60.
first ever set of darts were a set of ton machines.
Were they?
I've still got them. Pulled out of a kitchen drawer somewhere. One of my parents played with them. I think they might have even been my granddad's back in the day as well. But
Wow.
60.
yeah, my very
Cavalry
first
car
set.
102.
He was a lovely guy as well. A gentleman.
$45.
Well, this is the big 17. Went for the 17, obviously, to leave himself tops. But misses the board.
137. Cavalry
For
car
the scoring
57.
part, at least.
Yeah, and there's pressure on this 57 now. Make sure the big number this time, but only gets 2 at a double rather than the 3 in hand he should have had.
37.
And he can't
Brand new
find
car,
double
58.
10 once again.
And that could cost him. As Walsh steps up for 58. Tops.
38.
Can't find the
Cavalry
double
car
10 this
20.
time.
I was convinced it was coming to his aid once again because it did so previously in the 2 legs that he's picked up in this match.
No score.
Unable to use either of the
Brandon
markers
your
there
car
for
20.
O'Keefe.
So another chance for Brandon. A double 10. Double 5.
15.
Not to be.
Cavalry car 20.
Some opportunity now for O'Keefe to break the throw here. Brandon Walsh. Double 10.
Getting
Finds
shown
it
the
with his
fifth leg,
first
Kelvin
dart.
O'Keefe.
and does indeed break the throw of O'Keefe. Moves in to
Kelvin
moves
first.
into
Game
a
on.
3-2 lead.
You know, in league matches, when players joke, should we just start on double 1 and we'll have a contest up there? Should we just start this match on double 10 every leg?
Yeah.
100.
What a good idea.
Both players seemingly get most of their success on that segment.
100.
Didn't quite happen for Walsh in that previous leg, though.
Yeah, it's played a massive part in this match. Double 10. Being the winning double.
60.
4 legs out of 5.
$26.
Scoring power just starting to drift a bit now for Brandon Walsh.
$81.
I think Kelvin's been the most erratic of the 6 players so far today.
60.
It's perhaps not been the greatest Group C we've ever seen. It's been tight, it's been edgy at times. We've seen big visits backed up by some not so good visits at times, but the player that's
55.
lost their range on the treble 20 by more than anyone else seems to be Kelvin O'Keefe.
$100. $140.
Well, finds a nice 140 there to leave himself 65. Brandon
125.
finds another treble 20. So 65 now. Went for the 25 for tops. Leaves himself 46. So 10 or a 6. Finds the 10. So double 18.
29.
Why is it?
Brand new car 90.
So chance now for Walsh to take out 90.
Does the 7th and final leg await?
Getting
Yes, it
shoulder
does.
six
Of
leg,
course it
Brandon
does.
Walsh.
It's been a day for it. Brandon Walsh takes us all the way once again
7th and final leg. Brandon to through first.
with a clutch
Game
double
on.
5. And we head to the 7th and final leg.
$80.
Well, a dart on the floor there for Walsh.
59. $81. $55.
Treble through 2 visits for O'Keefe. Hands the advantage to Walsh, who does have the darts in this 7th and final leg.
100.
Reminder, if Walsh wins this match, he does go top of the table. He will be 2 points clear of Mike Huntley, Andy Hamilton, Ricardo Ulrich and Lorenzo Pronk, and will be 4
60.
clear of Kelvin O'Keefe at this early stage. If Kelvin can turn this final leg around in his favour, then all 6 players will be tied on 4 points with
85.
just 1 round of fixtures to go today.
Well, Walsh does leave himself a 155 finish. Not the best of finishes, but
100.
still
Brand new
possible.
car 155.
Doesn't need to take it out. As O'Keefe back on 227.
45.
Well, can't manage to find a treble.
Yeah, 155, one of those awkward ones because of the doubles you have to finish
60.
on. It's double 19
Brandon
or
Carr,
bullseye.
110.
Under pressure. Does anybody ever really fancy either?
Well, the shot's not on now. So O'Keefe will have a shot
70.
at the
Calvin Carr,
167.
167.
Be some way to win this match.
Yeah, it's a 158 to his name. Can't add the 167.
97.
Chips away
Brandon
the score,
Carr,
but
40.
a chance for Walsh to win it on tops, which inevitably means he's going to get a dart double 10 for the match. Oh no, he doesn't. He nails it in double top, should I say. 4-3 win for Brandon Walsh. Sees him move to the top of the table with just one round of fixtures to go today. The man from Doncaster getting over the line in the end in a 7th and final leg once more. He'll be back to try and pick up 8 points in a couple of games' time. Four three everywhere, but not a bagel in sight. That's been the story of the day so far. Plenty of legs played here in Group C. Possible 20 of 21 in the last 3 games that we saw in round number 4. Round number 5 kicks off with Andy Hamilton taking on Lorenzo Pronk. Both players start this match level on 4 points each. As do most of the group, to be honest. Mike Huntley, Ricardo Ulrich, both also on 4 points. Calvin O'Keefe at the bottom of the table on 2, but it's Brandon Walsh that leads the way on 6 points so far, picking up 3 wins from his 4 matches so far today. Winner of this one guaranteed then to join Walsh on 6 points at the top of the table, albeit potentially temporarily, as Ulrich takes on Walsh in the final game of the day. That's sandwiched either side of an all-Wales battle between Calvin O'Keefe and Mike Huntley.
45.
Well, we are getting to the back
55.
end of the day as well. And I expect some tired darts.
Yeah, and I don't want to keep bringing this up, but that table was incredibly bunched. It could have been even more bunched had the deciding leg in the previous match gone the way of Calvin O'Keefe.
54.
Instead, Brandon Walsh, the man at the top. As you can see, that middle section blocked up with players on 4 points.
100.
It is possible for us to end the day with 3 players on 6 points and 3 players on 4 points.
85.
That would mean that Ricardo Ulrich must beat Brandon Walsh. And Calvin O'Keefe would have to get the better of Mike Huntley.
140.
And then we've pretty much got a copy of what could have happened on Wednesday when Group A was 1 result away from 3 players finishing on 16 points and 3 players finishing on 14 points.
Oh, 56 now. Top cent for a 15 dart leg.
36.
Not to be found.
Lorenzo your car 167.
Bronk does it get pop at this 167. Needs a treble 19. Bullseye.
142.
Oh, and that is so
and your car
close.
40.
Takes a slight deflection off the wire into the 25.
He nearly went pop, pop, pop for the 167, but Hamilton back once again. Another low dart. Outside the double 10. Has to step across. And it's not really close enough to bounce off that barrel either.
20. Lorenzo your car 25.
More chances go begging for the hammer.
And can Lorenzo tidy this 25 up? 2 12s.
13.
Not this
And your
time.
car 20.
Annoyance on the face of Lorenzo as Hamilton steps up for double 10.
It was a promising start from both players, but this is visit number 7 for Andy Hamilton of the leg.
Well, look at that. Just seems impossible to get through. Can he find a way? He can't.
No score.
Wasn't a million miles away, but
Lorenzo your
he
car
had to
12.
step so far west on the hockey. I thought he was throwing that from Southampton.
Double 3.
Gains
Finds
on the
it.
first leg, Lorenzo
Breaks the
Pronk.
throw of Andy Hamilton. Takes the first leg.
Second leg, Lorenzo to through first. Game on.
Yeah, 20 darts thrown by Lorenzo in that one. Hamilton had his chances.
29.
Yeah, should have been a 15 darter that.
But again, as the story of the day continues, a breaker throw for Lorenzo. And he opens up poorly against the throw in the subsequent visit.
49.
But not punished by Andy. Only 49 himself.
85.
Don't forget, we are back at 10 p.m. this evening. Joe Croft and David Fatim, the players from Group A, who have made their way into Group B. They'll be joined by Reece Colley, Justin Smith and Connor Heenahan.
96.
Plenty of experience from those players in that group,
76.
despite all being on the more youthful side. Heenahan with multiple 9s to his name in this building. Reece Colley played at the WDF World Championships last year. Multiple title in the WDF ranks.
59.
Justin Smith, one of the most prolific 180 hitters we've got that plays here at the Super Series. So expect fireworks from 10 p.m. And if the rest of the week is anything to go by, expect plenty of legs as well.
Stop it, Jack. Stop. 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 No, it's great to see
80.
tight matches. And we've certainly had our fair share today.
22.
So not the best of legs, this one.
Before this game got started, Hamilton and Hamilton and Pronk both on 4 points each, 2 wins each. Who would have been happiest heading into this with their work so far today?
99.
Andy, I think. Sorry, excuse my voice there.
Well, Henry had joined us again then. Is that just because he's clearly struggled with finding the range? He's had a lot of darts dropping low, but he's still found his way to a 50% record to this moment.
He's just
43.
battled, hasn't he? And
Lorenzo Car 124.
and he has done all week. But he's just got that experience that nothing seems to faze him.
56. Andy Car 130.
And I suppose as long as this group continues in the same fashion tomorrow, where nobody really takes charge and control and runs over opponents, that will suit Andy Hamilton, won't it? Because he knows how to battle his way through these games. He's got that aura around him
80.
as well, that other players will
Lorenzo
know that
Car
he
68.
loves a bit of a scrap and a battle, and he's going to get involved in that. And given that he is struggling at the moment, that might just be the best way for Andy Hamilton to make his way through to Saturday night.
Andy Car 50.
Now, Hamilton caught us by surprise a little bit earlier on. He opted to go straight for the bullseye. I didn't think he'd do it again, but he's got a low dart there, so has to burn a dart. 1 at double 16, should have been 2.
Getting shot on the second leg,
Doesn't
Andy
matter
Hamilton.
to the hammer though.
Yeah,
Levels
makes it
up,
count.
1 apiece.
Third leg, Andy to through first. Game on.
Just
60.
5 legs to go in this one then. Could be a minimum of 3, but as I said, it's just been a day for 4 threes.
140.
Andy Hamilton has played 29 of a possible 30 legs up until this moment.
He'd have been hoping for an easier route, as would they all.
134.
And the other thing is, because everybody's picked up a reasonably similar amount of points, like I said, we were just a leg away from everybody
77.
being on 4 points heading into this round of fixtures. And because nobody's really taken a towel in, the leg difference separating all 6 players, there's only 4 points that separates the players. There's only 4 legs that separate all of the players on leg difference
11.
as well.
Must be something in the water here this week in Portsmouth.
And there's a lot of water here in Portsmouth, let me tell you.
134.
The permutations are crazy. tired darts are coming into play this late on in the day.
100. Lorenzo your car 150.
A lot of tired arms out there.
We said that this group's been a bit of a battle, and that might just suit Andy Hamilton. Does the fact that his action takes so much more energy out of you, though, go the opposite way? Someone with a bit more of an easy-going throw, such as a Lorenzo Pronk or a Ricardo Ulrich, when it comes down to the nitty-gritty tomorrow evening, might just be in a better shape.
100. Lorenzo your car
Could well
63.
be. It's hard to tell. To tops now.
23.
You can't find it, so opportunities now for Hamilton to go 2-1 ahead. 96 required. Treble 20 is the target. He'll try and stay there if he can. He doesn't. He goes for double 18, so tops now.
57.
He can't find it.
Lorenzo
Just
your car
slips into the
40.
one. Can't quite reach. Again. Just pushed it. Tops for Pronk and finds it with his first start. Makes no mistake. Breaks the throw of Hamilton.
Fourth leg Lorenzo to throw first.
Third straight break of this contest. With Andy Hamilton, it's almost like we've got a remote control on the board, and every time he throws a dart, we just move it up a little bit.
Almost see him grimace, trying to reach to the board. That first dart.
81.
I think it's become quite an issue for him, actually. It looks like
80.
Where he's trying to throw it higher, he's releasing that a little bit later. He's holding on to it a bit more to try and push it up, but it just means he's snatching that little bit more and dragging it straight back down to the area he's trying to avoid.
$41.
Well, could this be a max? And it is. Well, there you go. That tells you the game in this match. Moments of brilliance. And then, at times, very tired darts.
93. Lorenzo car 146.
Yeah, perhaps that's going to be the narrative for tomorrow as well. We're seeing injections of quality, but we are seeing
86.
Some not so great darts at times backing that up. It's not going to be about who backs up the good visits tomorrow then. It's going to be who can inject the quality more often than their opponent. Consistency has always been key in
45.
darts, but
Lorenzo
for all
car
6 players,
60.
it seems to be avoiding them at the minute. So it's going to be about who can produce those moments of quality when they need it the most. And even there, it's such a simple check out of 60.
Getting shot on the fourth leg, Lorenzo Pronk.
It doesn't hurt Lorenzo in the end, but
the one out the board.
Fifth leg, Andy to
his
through
first
first.
start out the
Game
board for a single 20, and then puts the second dart in the single 20 very high and almost blocks the target.
even the simple tasks are becoming a bit of a chore for the players in the group, aren't they? Like 60 is one of the most regimented checkouts you're ever going to see, and we've seen players miss the segment
100.
altogether and drag it into the one, and Lorenzo missed the board completely there.
Do you think they're feeling the pressure, or do you think it's fatigue? But then fatigue has been throughout the day
80.
then, if that's the case.
I think it's just how tight the group is, isn't it? Like, these two have played since the start of the week, since Group A, and we're seeing moments quality.
135.
Andy seems to have one good day, one not so good day. Like, Monday was very, very good for Andy, or the start of it in particular was. Tuesday didn't go to plan. Yesterday, Andy looked brilliant again, and today it's been more of a chore once more. Lorenzo, he just
44.
seems to sit at this level, if we're being honest. It's very similar to the level he produced on his debut. We saw good moments. We've seen not so good moments. He just needs to work on bringing that consistency to his match game. There are other players, the likes of Mike Huntley. I wonder how much of his performances are dictated by scar tissue and the amount of times he's been here in the past. This is, again, a group that someone of Mike's quality will look at and go, I can win this group and I can get myself to Saturday night. I've won events in fields very, very similar to the level that everybody here is producing and is trying that little bit too hard to produce. Brandon Walsh has arguably been the standout player of the day. He's the only player on 6 points so far.
112.
Scored like a dream for most of the afternoon. Finishing needs a lot of work. I suppose he's the one where you look at it and go, if he puts that all together tomorrow, this is Brandon Walsh's group to lose.
46. Lorenzo Ricard,
And then you've got
167.
the wild cards of Ricardo Ulrich, who he's just been a bit same as he has all week. 1 minute
67.
looks exceptional.
And
The next
Ricard,
minute
66.
there's work to be done.
He is the newbie this week, so we'll be getting used to the whole setup. So 88 now for Hamilton.
58. Lorenzo Ricard, 100.
So a ton now for Pronk. Tops then for the match. And he finds it.
Lorenzo Pronk.
100 checkout there by Pronk. Takes this match by 4 legs to 1. Not a great game there. Coming up next, we have, we have Calvin O'Keefe against Michael Huntley.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim.
Two games left to go here in Group C this afternoon. Back in the Modus Live Lounge. Coming to you live as ever on Pluto TV.
First leg, Kelvin to throw first.
To come your way in the coming weeks.
Game on.
We're back this evening from 10 p.m. for the start of Group B. We're here every Saturday night for our finals night, where we do allow fans into the venue.
60.
But we've got a bit of a bumper darts festival coming your way on the horizon. On the weekend of the 28th and 29th of this month, so just 2 weeks' time. On Saturday afternoon, we get our calendar underway with an audience of Phil Taylor. Tickets are available for that from dartshop.tv.
140.
And you can follow that up by watching some darting action. It will be finals night of our Women's Week.
58.
Lisa Ashton, the defending champion in that one.
$58.
And then on Sunday, we bring you a double session of darts once again, as the World Seniors are in town for
60.
the third edition of the Bet Goodwin Champion of Champions. Richie Howson, a defending champion.
60.
Ross Montgomery, the reigning Seniors World Champion in the field also. John Henderson and Robert Thornton, the players in the 12 invitations that have picked up Seniors televised titles in the past.
$95. Michael Carr, 146.
146 for Huntley. 66 left. Takes out the ball to leave at double 8. 88 now for O'Keefe. 68, 18 for the bullseye.
63. Michael Carr, 16.
Chance then for Huntley to get the breaker throw in the opening leg.
Getting shown the first leg, Michael Huntley.
Does indeed find it. His second dart.
Second leg, Michael is
takes
first.
The dart
Game on.
From O'Keefe.
Huntley does get the better of
100.
O'Keefe. He will jump up onto 6 points, where he will join Brandon Walsh and Lorenzo Pronk. Ricardo Ulrich has the opportunity to join them on 6 points overnight.
100.
It would be a 4-way tie at the top of the table. But he'd have to get the better of group leader Brandon Walsh to do so.
83. $60. $56.
This is Mike Huntley's 29th leg of the day so far.
Out of.
Could have played 30 to this point. By the end of the day, he could
60.
have played 35. So if this goes the distance, it'll be 34 out of 35 legs possibly played today.
Well, he likes getting his money's worth.
Does indeed, but you wonder if that will take a toll tomorrow night.
96.
Tomorrow afternoon, sorry. He is nicknamed Babyface, but 53 years old now.
41.
Is Huntley.
100. Michael Carr, 146.
146 then. Can't be done now. So O'Keefe will be returning for
100.
85.
Kelvin Carr, 85.
Went for the treble 15, hits the 2, so 83 left. Treble 17 would have left double 16.
34. Michael Carr, 46.
Don't really know what to say about that visit from Kelvin. He didn't really hit anything he was going for. But he's not been
38.
punished.
Kelvin Carr, 51.
And he will have a shot at this 51 to level the match. Tops then. 2 10s.
41.
Not to be found.
Michael
So
Carr, 8.
again, Huntley steps up. Double 4.
Game
And he
shot on the
takes it
second
with his
leg,
first
Michael
start.
Huntley.
And leads the match by 2 legs to 0.
Third leg, Kelvin to throw
For all
first.
the
Game on.
head shaking and negativity we've seen from Huntley, he's 2 legs away here from 6 points overnight. I would virtually
60.
guarantee himself at least second, I think, heading into tomorrow's action, where the fixtures will flip, so we'll get another shot at Kelvin O'Keefe to open his day.
100.
Despite the head shaking and the shoulders moving around a little, I think you'd have to look back on that as quite a positive
100.
day for Mike Huntley.
Especially when he's had so many 4-3 results.
41.
He's not made it easy for himself.
Just test your resolve of a player going that
99.
deep in every game. I'm not sure it's sustainable either. At some point, it will wear you down eventually. Even players with that kind
100.
of reputation as battlers, you can see they tend to have peaks and troughs with their game a lot more than players who
140.
this game comes to a little bit more naturally, a little bit more freely. Your Nathan Aspinalls of this world has incredible peaks of performance, but
100. Kelvin Carr, 102.
perhaps not for as long and sustained as your likes of Luke Humphreys and Luke Littler of this world.
Yeah, I agree.
62. Michael Carr, 160.
This would be the highest checkout of the day.
Not to be.
140. Kelvin Carr,
Does
40.
hit a 140 to leave himself 20. Should he return?
Game
He
shot on the third
won't.
leg, Kelvin O'Keefe.
So O'Keefe takes out tops.
Fourth leg, Michael to throw first. Game on.
It's 2-1.
And that leg means, once again, we won't be getting a 4-0 scoreline.
100.
This is match 59 of the week. And we have had just one.
100.
That came in match number 44, which was the game that Carl Sneed secured his passage into Saturday night. Tickets
95.
are available still if you want to come along and watch the Bomber in action. 2 players from this group will be joining him, as will 3
100.
from Group B, that group involving David Fatham, Joe Croft, Reece Colley, Justin Smith and Connor Heenahan. I'd like to say
43.
we might have a bit of a hint as to who that will be in Group B by the time we finish this evening's session. But if the rest of this week is anything to go by, Trina, we're not going to know
140.
anything about who's qualifying from Group C or Group B until the final round of fixtures tomorrow afternoon and evening subsequently.
Well, this week definitely suggests
125.
that.
Kelvin's last score was 140, not 100.
Referee just checking the scores.
125, okay. Kelvin Carr's 161.
So 161 now for O'Keefe, not to be done this time. So Huntley will have a pop
84.
at the
Michael Carr,
138.
138.
Can he nail the Luke Humphreys shot? Won him the Grand Prix. See,
98.
the
Kelvin Carr,
138 and the
77.
146. I don't know why more players don't start downstairs. Because it's two of the same segment.
$52.
Just
Michael
wires
Carr,
the
40.
bullseye. Which would have levelled the match, but tops now for Huntley. 2 10s.
20. Kelvin Carr, 25.
Once more, the door is open for Kelvin O'Keefe. Gets 2 at double 8. Can he get inside of that one?
9.
No, he
Michael
goes further
Carr,
wide.
20.
Babyface back for double 10 once again. It's been one of the most important doubles on the board today. It's come to Brandon Walsh's aid plenty of times. Can it help Mike Huntley on this occasion? Perfect last start in
Being
hand.
shown the fourth leg, Michael Huntley.
Big sigh relief.
Fifth leg, Kelvin to throw first. Game on.
Referee having to look carefully. His vision blocked.
58.
Yeah, double 10 is one of those awkward ones on the board where, despite the fact it is the closest double to where the official stands in that bottom corner, the minute there's a dart on the outside, you can't see
26.
if anything's on the inside. In fact, you can sometimes not see if the point's actually in the double bed. So, waited until all three were thrown before he stepped across to take a look.
100.
Very good refereeing from the governor.
Dare we say it again? Jack, 3-1 ahead.
140.
Huntley is 3-1 ahead yet again. So, which way is this one
60.
going to swing?
He did break that pattern in the previous match, didn't he? He got the better of Lorenzo Pronk 4-2.
85.
But yeah, this 3-1 scoreline has appeared in every single match Mike Huntley has played so far today. Which means at no point has he been in a 2-all contest.
100.
And yet he's still found a way to play every leg but one. How is that possible?
140.
Well, his sponsors are getting the benefit.
Yeah, plenty of airtime for Mike.
100. Michael Carr, 110.
110 then.
For the match. 18 leaves double 16.
78. Kelvin Carr,
Trips
83.
on the outside.
Treble 17's the target.
With a calculation for Casio. Wants the ball. Doesn't get the ball.
37. Michael Carr, 32.
And another match winning opportunity for Mike Huntley that would see him top the table, albeit temporarily until Brandon Walsh plays next.
No score. Kelvin Carr, 46.
And he's missed more in hand at double 16.
Tops then.
Getting
And
shown
he
the fifth
finds
leg,
it.
Kelvin O'Keefe.
And that leads the
Sixth leg,
scoreline.
Michael to throw first.
3-2 to Huntley.
Game on.
Mike Huntley has led
140.
3-1 on 4 occasions today out of 5 matches.
$58.
And he's lost the 5th leg in every single one of them.
$140. 85.
One more game to come after this one where Ricardo Ulrich will take on Brandon Walsh. Walsh searching for his fourth win of the day that would see him on 8 points and top the table overnight.
Well, it's a better leg here from Huntley.
60.
And 1-2-1 after 9.
21.
Finds a treble 20. Goes for the treble 15 and can't find it.
55 left, Mike. 19 or 15 typical routes.
81.
Leaves tops after 12. What a leg this is to potentially wrap the match up. O'Keefe a long way back in this one. And you expect Mike to get the job done now.
43.
A win that will take him temporarily 40. Top. And put 4 points between himself and Kelvin O'Keefe in last place.
10.
He'll have to wait for that 4-point cushion.
Finds the wrong bed.
O'Keefe does leave a finish,
Michael
but it's that
30.
awkward 155 once again. And double 15's not necessarily much nicer. That's why he opts to split. One left at double 8.
22. Kelvin O'Carr 155.
No opportunity knocks now for O'Keefe. Needs the treble 20. First dart can't be done. So all he can do is set it up and hope that he gets a chance.
60. Michael O'Carr 8.
Yet more match darts incoming then for Mike Huntley. Keep tallying up.
4.
And he's going to need more if he's going to get over the line. Mike Huntley cannot buy a match-winning double. And Kelvin O'Keefe has a chance to steal this match. Double 8 to send us to a decider.
79.
Just on the outside wire.
4.
Surely Mike must get this double 2. If he doesn't, you feel we're going to go into another deciding leg.
Takes a moment to settle himself. The match darts are racking up. Double 1 now on the Madhouse.
No score. Kelvin O'Carr 16.
Now then, double 8 for O'Keefe. Moves across the hockey. And that's awkward. If he gets this, it'll be some dart. And he finds it. Oh my word. Finds the top of the bed with the double 8. And we go into yet another decider.
Mike Huntley's head is in a blender right now. He's missed 3 visits worth of match darts in that leg alone
100.
to get over the line. I'm not one for believing in the superstitious, but this 3-1 scoreline for Mike Huntley is cursed.
It's a nightmare for him, isn't it?
100.
There have been 40 darts at a double in this match. And they've hit 6 between them.
140.
Mike Huntley has missed 23 darts at double.
$100.
Still plenty to go in this match. The most darts ever missed at a double in a game is
100.
Lloyd Walker. He hit 3 from 34. So if he misses another 3 visits of match darts in this one,
Kelvin O'Carr 161.
might be getting his name on our whiteboard of shame. O'Keefe first to the finish though on 161. Won't be going this time.
60. Michael
He
O'Carr
finds a
161.
60 chance for Huntley. Treble 17. Can't be found.
137.
Would have been the ultimate irony to take that out on a 161, given what we've seen in this contest so far. Wild from O'Keefe to start with, can still be done. Treble 20 for double 18. Not this time.
Moves across the jockey to
45.
see if he can
Michael Carr,
pin
24.
the treble 20, but he can't. So opportunity now for Huntley. 2 12s.
Yeah, more match darts incoming for Mike Huntley. And he's
Being shown
found
the match,
one in the
Michael Huntley.
end. Mike Huntley will end the day on 6 points. He has played 34 of a possible 35 legs today. My gosh, has he worked hard for that. But it is Babyface who jumps to the top of the table, albeit for the time being, with Brandon Walsh yet to play. A disaster class on the doubles, quite frankly, but less of that. We're on to the final game shortly.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's
require
gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back for the final time of this Group C session. This is match number 15 of 15, where Brandon Walsh
First
is
leg,
aiming to
Ricardo
end the
to
night,
throw first.
or the afternoon, sorry,
Game on.
top of the table. He takes on Ricardo Ulrich.
45.
Potentially 7 legs away from completing the day. Can be done in as little as 4. But this is match
140.
number 60 of the week so far. And we've had just the solitary
28.
4-0 win from Carl Sneed over Andy Hamilton yesterday afternoon. So
180.
Or a maximum there. Brandon Walsh.
57.
yeah, scoring power from Walsh has been really, really good today. It'll be interesting to see his first 9 average, because he's been pretty dominant in that stat for me.
Yeah, and he backs that up as well. That 180.
140. Brandon Car 44.
It has been the finishing that's let him down today so far, though. Opts for tops.
Getting shown
Finds
the
it first start in hand this time.
An 11 dart leg there for Brandon.
10 leg Brandon to through first. Game on.
Super start to this last match of the day.
24. 140.
He has looked really composed, to be fair to Brandon. Even when the doubles haven't gone his way, he's not been outwardly reactive. You've not really seen
55.
Any grand gestures or arms flailing about or head sinking at any point.
No, he's kept himself composed
96.
and hard to read. Not giving off any negative vibes to
51.
his opponent.
$85.
I've said it a couple of times now, but if anybody's going to take real control of this group
99.
tomorrow and run away with it, you feel like
156.
Brandon is that person. Yes, he's positioned nicely, especially if he gets the win here. He would be 2 points clear, but his scoring power has been so much more dominant
40.
than the rest
Ricardo
of the field. A little bit more
156.
consistent with it. It's been the doubles that have let him down, and the odd adjustment on that could see
140. Brandon Car
him do
116.
some real damage tomorrow and get his place in Saturday night wrapped up nice and early.
Does find the treble.
96.
Can't find tops.
Ricardo Car 16.
A chance for Ricardo. 888 to level the match. He
shown
finds
the
it with his
second leg.
second dart.
Ricardo Ulrich.
1-1.
Third leg Ricardo to throw first. Game on.
Yeah. Curiously, and perhaps something that highlights what I was talking about just a moment ago, the only player today without a ton plus finish to his
99.
name is Brandon Walsh.
Now that is surprising.
Everyone else has had just the one each.
26.
So 5 in total for the day. A 158 for O'Keefe leading that particular table. Andy Hamilton with a
60.
104. Lorenzo Pronk just sneaking into the club with a 100 checkout. And then Mike Huntley and Ricardo Ulrich both with a 116 to their name. Walsh nearly joined that club a minute ago.
140. $85. $140.
Yeah, there's that scoring power again. Nice 140.
140.
And another one by Ricardo. Leaves himself on 117.
100. Ricardo Car 117. $45. Brandon Car
For the
95.
first time today, Brandon Walsh is flirting with that ton average mark. Would certainly stay above it if he can find this double 5.
85. Ricardo Car 72.
Just wires it. It's an opportunity now for Ricardo. Tops.
52. Brandon
He
Car
can't find it
10.
either, so Walsh will be back for 10.
No score.
Story
Ricardo
of
car
Brandon
20.
Walsh's day. Big step across for
No
Ulrich.
score. Brandon
Can't
car
go for
10.
him either.
2 5s. And he
Getting
finds
shown
it with
the
his
third leg,
first
Brandon
start.
Walsh.
Breaks the throw of Ricardo.
Fourth leg, Brandon to through first.
And leads by 2 legs to 1.
Game on.
I'm not sure what the record is for most darts missed at a double in a daily campaign for an entire group, but I do fear this one might be getting up there in that stat. Obviously, we had that ridiculous match
100.
just a couple of moments ago where Mike Huntley and Kelvin O'Keefe had 51 darts at double between them.
140.
But just looking down my list from today, there's a game between Brandon Walsh and
96.
Lorenzo Pronk earlier. They had 29 darts at double between them. Ulrich and Huntley had 23 between them. So 26 darts at double
60.
between Huntley and Walsh.
$100. Brandon car 161.
161. Treble 20. Treble 17. Can't find the treble 17. So back up for
137.
treble 20. Leaves himself 24 when he returns.
177.
Beautiful visit
Brandon
from
car
Ricardo
24.
Ulrich. Gets him down to double 14, but
Getting
it's
shown the
double
fourth leg,
12 for
Brandon
Brandon Walsh. That sees him with a 2-leg cushion.
Fifth leg, Ricardo to through first. Game on.
Current averages here.
39.
97.57 for Brandon. 81.42 for Ricardo.
Yeah, pretty solid numbers from Brandon. Just
95.
tooting around that 100 mark once again.
95.
Despite Ulrich having the advantage of throwing this leg,
100.
Brandon Walsh is applying the pressure to get it done here and now.
85. $92.
Picks off the treble 18 with his last dart.
60.
And it is advantage Walsh now. Trebleless visit from Ulrich. Even staying straight just leaves a finish for Walsh.
60.
That's exactly what he does. Ulrich didn't have the same luxury.
85. Brandon car 154.
Does leave himself a finish though. Walsh here on 154. Can't be done now.
98. Ricardo
Ticks
car
over nicely. Leaves
137.
56. Ulrich needs a big skin saver. He won't be adding to his ton plush
99.
collection, and it's a chance
Brandon car
for Brandon
56.
Walsh to wrap this up in pretty quick time actually for this group. 56 for Walsh. 2 at tops. Needs all 3.
Getting shown the match.
Finds
Brandon
it
Walsh.
last start in hand. Brandon Walsh will end the night top of the table. The man from Doncaster winning 4 out of his 5 matches today. Getting the better of Ricardo Ulrich by 4 legs to 1 in this final match of the afternoon. Better display on the doubles from Walsh as well. 4 from 9 on the outer ring. Ricardo Ulrich just 1 from 6 in that category. So that does wrap up this afternoon's action for you. Here are the last 6 results where we've actually seen some results other than a 4-3. Seems to be a bit of a shock for the afternoon. Lorenzo Pronk getting the better of Andy Hamilton, 4 legs to 1, and Brandon Walsh doing the same against Ricardo Ulrich, Trina Gulliver. Who will be the happiest at the end of day one here in Group C?
Well, I think the most relieved will be Michael Huntley, because his 4-3 results today, as he's really had to work hard for them, and that's he's just made things very difficult for himself today.
He has indeed, but he does find himself in second place at the end of this session. He's played 34 of a possible 35 legs today. Like you said, he's had to work hard for it. Kelvin O'Keefe will possibly be the most disappointed player to end the night. We did say it was possible for this table to finish with 3 players on 6 and 3 on 4, but he's now 6 points behind the leader, Trina. Has he left himself too much to do?
You never know, do you? I mean, how things have gone today, you just never know, do you?
No, you don't indeed. That's it then for the live action here this afternoon. Plenty more coming your way, though. Coming up next, we have a tungsten talk with Simon Adams, the man from South Africa, who is leading a bit of a darting revolution alongside Devon Peterson. That'll be followed by Nathan Aspinall, the story of, coming to you at 10 to 8. The man with a bit of a reputation of a battler will have done pretty well in this group this afternoon, but you can hear all about his career so far. From 10 p.m, we have this evening's Group B action coming your way. The 9-dart star that is Conor Heenahan, one of 5 players in action. He'll be joined by Justin Smith, Reece Colley, David Fathom and Joe Croft. And then Saturday night, the Week 5 finals night, where tickets are still available for that one from dartshop.tv. 6 players competing, including Carl Sneed, who's already booked his ticket to Saturday night. That is the state of play then. We'll be back with Group B a little bit later this evening. Group C will return from 1 p.m. tomorrow afternoon, but the race is firmly on to see who will join Carl Sneed in Saturday night's finals night. Brandon Walsh has the advantage in Group C overnight. We'll find out who will have the same honour in Group B in just a couple of hours' time. Thanks for watching. We'll see you very soon. Bye-bye.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is amazing.
And it comes on finals night, and it's another Dirty Harrison!
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator,